Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Number Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.
Hey, welcome everyone. Good morning. Thank you guys for joining Stocks Number Trading. My name is Ron. My partner is Dave. Welcome, guys. It's 6 a.m. Eastern on this beautiful Tuesday morning, September 9. Thanks everyone for joining. We got a big day ahead of us. We got next 4 hours together, and what we're going to do is go over today's news. Not much news-wise. We did a lot yesterday going over this week's news and earnings, and earnings we'll go over. Not much going on today, and the market is preparing for tomorrow's high-impact news with the PPI data that will be released tomorrow. So today could be another kind of day, a little bit choppy, how yesterday was when we got started. But things started to open up post-Wall Street. So there was a lot of nice trading on US30 and NASDAQ, just trading from zone to zone if you guys caught any of those moves. That's why I always stress it is important to do a nice thorough top-down analysis so that you can play off of those points of interest throughout the day and just set some alerts, and maybe you can grab some pips and dip out of the market. So hope everyone is ready. Grab some coffee and let's get started. So I'm gonna start going through the news, and then we'll get to the charts, and then we'll start looking at gold, NASDAQ, and US30 like we normally do, okay? So thanks everyone for joining, and let's just get started with Forex Factory, taking a look at today's news. There wasn't much coming out of Europe today. Normally we see a lot of European news, not much. We just had the German 10-year bond auction will be coming out, and we have at 7:30 a.m. the German BUBA President Nagel speaks. And then we have in Switzerland, we have the SNB Chairman Schlegel speaks. And you see, we don't have anything at 8:30 today. No high impact news coming out of North America. Nothing going on during Wall Street market open at 9:30 a.m. So just please, guys, trade with proper risk management, whether there is high impact news or there isn't. Just use proper risk management always when you're trading, okay? Because some days like this, when there isn't any high impact news, it can be just one of those sideways, those choppy, consolidated days. Unless we see with our analysis, if there is a trend going on, then we'll try and trade with the trend to the best of our ability, okay? So that's news. Tomorrow is the big North American news. It kicks off tomorrow at 8:30. The core PPI and the PPI month over month is coming out tomorrow. Later this evening, we'll do a blog on explaining what is PPI, so you guys get a good understanding of what this is, because we do see these folders pop up every single month. Okay, so it's good to know exactly what these are. Bank of Japan might increase interest rates this year, despite political situations going on in Tokyo. So we'll see how that affects the markets if they do increase their interest rates in Japan. Earnings in the pre-market today, we have SailPoint, Hello Group, Fuel Cell Energy, Core and Main. So designer brands, I don't think that these are going to be impactful on S&P, NASDAQ, or Dow Jones. So what I always say is you don't need to pay particular attention to these unless you're trading or buying shares of these individual companies or trading them through the option chain. But I do not think that these are going to have a big impact on the indices that we trade, so we don't have to pay too much particular attention to these. In the after hours today, maybe one company that you are familiar with is this one, GameStop. They report at 4 p.m. today. So I know that this used to be a meme stock back in the day. If you guys remember this during the COVID time, this thing kind of blew up and got a lot of interest from the Reddit community, and really squeezed short sellers and hedge funds. Citadel Group lost billions of dollars on a short on this thing. So hopefully they learned their lesson. when the retail traders unite, they can do some powerful things in the markets and cause these big banks and institutions and hedge funds to lose billions and billions of dollars. So that they have reports in the after hours today. Also with Oracle Corporation, there's AeroVironment and Synopsys. So I wouldn't pay too much particular attention to these. Maybe Oracle, if you're in tech and things like that, maybe watch Oracle today in the after hours. Okay. News-wise, what's going on today? Trump is always in the news. Why today's jobs revisions may rip through Wall Street and DC. So a sharp downshift in jobs count is expected, raising questions of when the rot set in. So guys, there could be revisions. Remember we had NFP on Friday. There could be revisions that come through. Remember the actual number was 22,000. It was much lower than the forecast of 75,000. Now they're going to do some revisions. They already did the June revisions going into July, and those were negative 13,000. So they're going to have some new revisions coming through for the month of July. And we'll see. Maybe these might come in negative again. And when these revisions come through, there could be a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction in the market. So we got to pay attention when they do release these revisions and see how they are. They could be negative, guys, and that's not good for the U.S. economy if we have negative job numbers. That means that they are creating absolutely nothing, negative in fact. Okay, so it's not the greatest. Hopefully that's not the situation, but we can't be naive to the fact that they do have revisions and they could come out negative. So that will directly impact the U.S. dollar. Okay. U.S. futures drift up with rate cuts, an Apple event in focus. Okay, so if you want to read the article on here, September 18 or 19, I believe, is the next FOMC next week, and we'll see. There's already analysts predicting a big rate cut coming, either quarter, 25 basis points, or even half, 50 basis points. So right now, like, the markets are trading near all-time highs. It could factor in this rate cut, and then when they release the news, maybe there is a little bit of if there is a rate cut, another move to the upside. But as traders say, it could already be baked into the price, and then once they release the news, then the market sells off. But don't always use that theory, because I've seen where I thought prices were baked in, and then they released the numbers and it just kept pumping and pumping and pumping. So again, we take it candle by candle and we see how things move. Okay. How a Fed rate cut could spark a melt up in stocks. Okay, we're going to see this with Powell next week with the FOMC and his press conference. So we'll listen to Mr. Powell's guidance over here, and we'll see what Papa Powell is saying. Apple's iPhone event kicks off today. So if you're trading Apple, if you're an Apple shareholder, maybe you're trading it through options, this is a big event that's happening for Apple this week. What else do we got going on in the news? Let's see here. Just reading through here. Exclusive Winklevoss. These are those twins, the Winklevoss twins. They founded crypto exchange Gemini. Taps NASDAQ as strategic investor, sources say. So we'll see what happens with crypto and Bitcoin in the next few weeks. If there is a rate cut, that could spark another rally for crypto. So we'll see what happens with that. South Korea is in the news, guys. Let's see here. Futures are trading right now. S&P futures are up 0.13. Dow futures are flat right now, positive 0.03, and NASDAQ is leading the way, positive 0.22% right now. Okay, remember we were talking about Lululemon last week, had their earnings. Guys, simple things. Like, this is a retail store. Most of you guys maybe go into a mall and you see the Lululemon store. Again, I told you guys, I don't become emotionally attached to anything I'm a trader. I look where I can make money. So I was asking you guys, like, are you guys familiar with this company, Lululemon? They make those athletic gym brand clothing and things like that. They've been taking a big hit lately. There's a lot of competition now. Their prices are high. They've been affected by tariffs. So what I was saying was they had their earnings last week and they were trading at around $206 a share prior to their earnings, and they had a really disappointing earnings. Even the CEO during guidance said the tariffs are really hurting them. They don't have any new lines coming out, no new brands, and it looks like kind of American Eagle took the spotlight, and this was a good opportunity maybe to look to short the company through an option chain and puts. If you do your due diligence on the company and maybe you saw, how the company is slowly trending down and it's not as popular as it was years ago. I don't wear this clothing. I don't know too much about it. All I do is I follow the price. I follow what CEOs are saying. I follow articles on it and things like that. And it had a big significant drop. Look at where it's trading at today. $167 from $206 just in less than 5 days right after the earnings call. So that is down 17% from the earnings. So these are the opportunities that we need to look for, guys. If you want to start to trade the stock markets, it's a different world over here. It's completely different than trading Forex. It's much different than trading futures. This is where you got to do a little bit of research on the actual company and start to maybe put it on your watch list. Someone said to me the other day, Ron, where do I start with this? How about adding some of these securities to your watch list? Remember when I was talking about Cracker Barrel? Just something like that was in the news about changing the logo. United Health has been in the news. Intel, Roblox. I told you about this one where the parents there was safety security issues and things like that. Canopy Growth, the cannabis sector. If Trump starts to federally legalizing cannabis in the United States, these things could start to take off. Aris Mining, Tesla, Enbridge Gas, like Target, anything. You can literally trade any company that you go shopping at. You can become a shareholder of that company and you can make some money, okay? See, earnings live. Lululemon stock drops on lowered outlook. Okay, so there's a lot available to everybody. It's just trade whatever you're familiar with, right? That's the way how to do it, guys. And we sent some signals, trade ideas yesterday to the group. Yesterday after our call at 9:55, there was a long buy on NASDAQ. That hit some really good pips right there. In commodities right now, we're looking for maybe a possible sell on gold at 3652. If you guys want to mark that on your charts and keep an eye on that area. Okay, we'll get into the top-down analysis in just a moment, and we'll start doing the charting. But if you need some signals, some trade ideas, you can join SST. We have those. If you just want the signals alone, there's that. But I recommend that you join the group, and then you can be part of the entire Discord with everybody. Be part of all the live sessions, all the education, and everything we have to offer. Okay, guys, this is the free Telegram group. Thank you to all of you guys on YouTube. We appreciate you guys. 170 viewers. If you guys can kindly leave us a like, hit the like, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We do appreciate it. The channel is really growing the last few weeks. So that's with your help, and it keeps us very excited to come on here and continue to do these live sessions with you guys. So thank you guys very much. We appreciate it. Here's our links to our live YouTube channel. Feedback from you guys during the live calls. Thank you. We appreciate all of you guys. This was awesome with this gentleman right here. Sorry if I cannot say the name. Zigay79. Thank you. First day with your subscription, and I've already earned back the full subscription fee. Highly recommend. Thank you. That's amazing. And guys, these are the winners for just a few of the winners for that Telegram giveaway that we did. We'll be doing a live night class session with these guys. Small, private. But we're going to do more of these, more and more. But these guys followed the rules. You know, they followed us on our IG, tagged a few buddies, and they won it. Congratulations. Okay, guys. So this is everything we do here. Our blogs, you know, we did this one on the BRICS currencies. What is it? Learning a little bit more about BRICS. Before and afters on our signals, trade setups, and just all kinds of educational stuff are available for you guys on here. So that's the free Telegram channel. It's pinned up top of YouTube. If you guys haven't joined it, please join it. And here's our website, guys. If you need any further education after these live calls and maybe you want to learn on your own, we have an extensive library here with a lot of courses on pretty much everything you need to know about trading. We'll be adding to these now. We got long form boot camps and a lot of longer form webinars. Over 120 webinars in here from all levels. If you're a beginner, I would recommend starting off with these first 10 webinars. As you get a little bit more intermediate with your trading, you got another 20 webinars over here. And then when you get to the next level, these are more advanced level webinars that are all in here. Okay, guys? And we have a systems of trading advanced level over here, and I'll be doing more in there as it's getting colder and colder over here in Canada. It was 10 when I went to go grab my coffee in the morning. It was pretty cold out there. So I can feel the cold weather coming, so I'll be in this room a lot with you guys. We'll be educating, we'll be trading, we'll be having some fun in the next few months, okay? And thanks, guys, everyone. Three subs away from that beautiful number of 420, but let's see if we can get up to 84,500 today is our goal. Please, guys, if you haven't, subscribe to the channel. A lot of you guys join us every single day, but you haven't subscribed to the channel. We can see that in the analytics. It boggles my mind. You guys join us every single day, but you don't hit that subscribe button. I don't know why, but hopefully you'll hit it and we'll earn your subscription from you guys, okay? It doesn't cost you anything, right? It's free. We're going to get into this, okay? Guys, did anyone see any news or follow the charts on silver? I know we always do gold every single day, this XAUUSD, gold, but is anyone following silver? Okay, if you've been following silver, it broke $40 for the first time since 2011. So, you know, everyone sleeps on silver because it doesn't really move, but I've been accumulating physical silver for the past 20 years, and it's great to see that it broke $40 an ounce, it could make a move in the near future following gold, but silver has been slept on, and it's actually making a highest point since 2011. So congratulations to all silver investors out there. Maybe it's going to start to run in the near future, but it's slow. It's a slow runner, okay? It's not like gold. Silver takes its time. You got to be very patient with it. I've been accumulating it for long time, multiple years, and just holding, because it's an investment, okay? Nigel, you got a few shares in the silver core metals. Amazing. Good job. Okay, guys, so what we're going to do is we're going to get started with gold, XAUUSD. Thank you guys for everyone joining the call. Welcome everyone on Zoom. Good morning to everybody. Ferdinand, good morning. Daniela, welcome. Red Clues, thank you for joining, brother. Denny, yes, we do have Albania's World Cup qualifier today against Latvia, so it's a big game. Hopefully Albania can qualify for the World Cup. We'll see what happens. And any other nations that you guys are supporting, I hope you guys win. We got the World Cup qualifiers coming up. I believe today is a big day and Saturday is another big day. So welcome, guys. Nigel, good morning. Thank you for joining. And everyone on YouTube, thank you guys as well. Milan, welcome. Hasbiffen, welcome. Sorry, I butchered that. Big Man Ting, welcome. I love the name. Welcome. Red Clues, thank you for joining. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Rahish, welcome. Ryan, welcome guys. Anissa, thank you for joining. Pauline, welcome. Thank you for joining. Arun, welcome guys. Okay, so let's have a little bit of fun. Yes, I did get a haircut. If you guys see that, thank you for noticing. Got the beard all lined up and we're looking all good. We made some pips, so we had to pay the barber some money. Guys, funny thing, while I was at the barber, I was on my mobile and I set up alerts on, I'll show you guys. I set up alerts over here on US30. If you guys remember, we had a yellow line coming out, like our top-down analysis was over here. Remember I took that buy right here, And the reason I told you why I took that buy, so there was a yellow line right over here. And we also had like a yellow line at this point of reference right up here when it started to drop at 920. So I was at the barbershop yesterday and I started to get alerts, you know, at these points over here and up here. And I was just trading off of these, okay? My barber asked me, Ron, what are you doing? So I had my phone out while he was, you know, doing my haircut, and I was just showing him how to trade the markets. I took, on a push down, I took a standard lot for just 20 pips, and it was a quick little 100, 200 bucks, and I paid him his way. I paid him by just showing him how to scalp the markets. Now, my barber is very interested in learning how to trade the markets. So, guys, you can teach anyone. You know, when you learn when you learn how to do this, you can really teach people how to do this. Sorry, I almost choked there. Okay, so we'll come back to US 30 in a moment, but let's get to gold, okay? So let's figure out all of our levels on gold. Start off with the top-down analysis and get into this. So right now, this is how it looks on the 5 minutes. Some of you guys are possibly trading this right now. I'm going to start off on the daily to see, again, how things are moving. We had a look at the daily candles over here. Look at this breakout on gold. Like, it's relentless. It hasn't allowed sellers to even breathe. It's continuing to drive, guys. Like, is this going to go up to 3,700? Who knows? But a lot of this is this monthly accumulation. Like, it's been accumulating inside here for multiple months. Like, you can see it kind of started mid-April. We went through May, June, July, August, and look at the start of September. Who's winning this battle? The buyers. They accumulated more. You can tell by higher low, a higher low, higher low, higher low. Volume closed above this area and closed above and retested, and you can see it backfilled the previous all-time high wick to 3,500, and it's just constantly been driving to the upside right now. So you have to be very careful looking to short this thing, you know, because it's continuing to be bullish. And even when we look at the RSI on the daily, RSI is at 81.82, telling us that it is overbought. You don't need this RSI indicator to tell you that this move is overbought right now. Like, you can clearly just see how overbought it is. Every single day it's making these big higher highs, higher lows, higher high, higher low, higher high, new all-time highs. That's why when things start getting to all-time high, you have to be very, very careful going opposite direction, trying to short these things, because it could constantly squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, and the short sellers are adding fuel to the fire. When a short squeeze is caused, it's the shorts getting their stop losses hit up here. That's providing liquidity to the markets, and also new entrants, new buyers coming in are buying too. So you're adding fuel to the fire, and it's just causing this massive rally to the upside on gold. So how long will this last? I don't know, but we don't even see like any bearish candles closing below anything. This was a bearish day, Thursday, September the 4th. It came all the way down. It looked like it was going to be a bearish day, but as soon as it came into that pocket right there, that point of control of Tuesday, September the 2nd, it picked up that wick and continued to close and consolidate. The next day opened, ignited, and continued to take off. So those are days where, you know, you got to be on the right side. And if you're trying to sell, again, those feeler sizing, you know, just go and get your feet wet. If the sell doesn't work out, you can easily close it and trade with the trend, and maybe you'll see that selling is not a good viable option right now. So yes, there is little scalp pullbacks to the downside, but you got to understand that you're continuing to drive in where there's pending buyers waiting, big blocks, and institutional traders looking to get in. Okay, so let's start now breaking this down. So you guys remember this all-time high, previous all-time high. We've been marking this over here, 3,500. Now you can see how it was resistance, all-time high, volume body has closed above, and now this 3,500 is actual support level right now. We haven't came all the way back down to retest 3,500. We're trading at 3660 right now. So we're nowhere near this orange line right now. We are diverging away from it. And just below us, you know, are zones that we were watching for. Like, guys, you can come back, you can tune back. All of our live sessions we do daily, and they have the date attached to it. So you can go back and watch these couple videos back in April, and you can see how we made these red zones, and we've been stretching them into the future all the way back then. So that's why I get in the habit of teaching you guys, when you figure out a zone, stretch it into the future, okay? So this is a zone here. It's still a zone. Here it was resistance, resistance, double top. Then it starts to turn into a little bit of supply. You can see it came in there a third time, back down, fourth time, back down, fifth time, back down, and then it came back again. It could have closed here again and got rejected back down if there was a lot of sellers there ready to push it down. But the buyers accumulated more and moved it away quickly from them and caused a short squeeze. So this is still a zone in the market, same zone. I'm just going to change the color. I'm making it green now. Green represents buyers. Green represents support. Green represents demand. If we ever come back down in here, first location could be the orange line. Let's say it just bounces there in a lower high and breaks that. Maybe right there, the bigger zone could be where the buyers are now, all accumulating there around 3,400, and that could cause the next big move for gold if it ever comes down there. Someone in the chat on YouTube asked me, Ron, 3,400. You know, when we were in buys on gold, they were telling me it's going to go down to 3,400. How can you even entertain 3,400 when we're intraday trading and we're scalping the markets? Like, why are we even looking at 3,400 when the volume was above 3,600 yesterday? Like, that would be a massive move to the downside. Like, this will take multiple days, weeks, or months to get down here, okay? So as intraday traders, we do not need to entertain the zone right now, but we got to acknowledge that it is below us, right? That's why you want to do a solid top-down analysis. And if you can, don't be like me and keep deleting everything off your charts and starting fresh. Once you have this, you can keep this going forward. You don't need to do what I'm doing unless you're educating people and you're showing them how to trade. If this was me and I wasn't on YouTube, on Sundays I do my analysis and I would leave my zones. I would leave my lines. I just would watch the volume, how it trades at these. So you guys don't need to completely delete everything every single day and start fresh. I do it for you guys to help teach and remind you guys. But once you get the hang of this, you guys don't need to do all this, okay? And then we had a lot of stuff we went over down in here. That's why it's important, guys. If you can join us on our calls, you'll learn exactly why I flagged this area and I extended that zone into the future. You'll learn exactly what are tweezer bottom lows. Those were tweezer bottom lows on the daily and the implications why the market made those, okay? We didn't make them, the market made them. Why? Now it's the part to understand why. Why did the market come down and stop right there on May 29th and go back up? 1 month later, June 30th, it came right back down and look, equal lows, that yellow line. Why did it do that? Always, when you see something, ask questions and learn from it. That's how I learned how to do this. Every time I would see that, I would ask myself, why did it not just come down just a little bit and come into the green box? There's a specific reason why it does that. It doesn't want to break the depth of market. Like, even if it just came down just a little bit, you would have had a new lower low in the market and you would not have an equal low. Equal lows, equal highs are set for specific reasons. They're holding the market. They're not, these equal bottom lows, they're not allowing the market to break down. They're holding the support levels so it doesn't enter this zone. And look at the implications after what happened with these equal bottom lows, and the market continued to rally back up. It came back down. Did it come back down to this yellow line or to the green box? No, it started to make a higher low. And look at where the bodies are. We got a body, a body, a body, and a body. So 3273 is higher than 3245. That is technically a higher low. Then the buyers come back in, push it up. We can't break that red zone up there, and then they came back down. Again, there's a higher low. So you see how it's still, the market is still ascending. You can draw a trend line from here to there, and then it starts to accumulate its way back, cutting right through that big red zone and closing above. And then we took off. Now look at where we are trading all the way up here. So we don't really need to worry about down in here. Who knows for weeks or months if it will ever come back down into here. Now what we got to do is start dissecting what's going on the last few weeks up here, okay? So this is price discovery. This is all new all-time high territory. We have no idea where it could go. So this is why you got to start to use psychological numbers, zones, blocks. You got to start to, predict these things yourself. One thing I see, and I'm going to, guys, watch and learn now, okay? You see here, we flagged a little bit of volume here. It came up this bullish day and closed right there. Look at the bearish candle opened right there. It was initially bullish. It came all the way back down, and then it closed right there. Then the next day, continued bullish and broke right through here. So if I was just to trap just this volume right there, do you guys see now what I'm doing? Because I did this all the way back over here. So this is now a little bit more fresh volume. This was our first flag. If you look at every single one of these bars, that's just a single bar going up, single bar going up, single bar going up, single bar going up. Now we started to come down and there's a little bit of volume consolidating in this area. Then we had another single bar going up, single bar going up, and today is another single bar going up. So you see this little zone right here? Right here, guys, just those three bodies of volume. I will make it neutral so everyone can see. And I need to make sure that you guys understand this. Otherwise, nothing will make sense. If you guys don't understand why I'm trapping this volume, then it's just going to go right over your head, okay? So guys on Zoom, do you guys understand why I'm trapping that volume right there? It's consolidated volume, okay? The candle bars are showing me how it consolidated there, right? And it was a bull flag, and we continued to break out. Yes, no, maybe so. No one is responding. Am I live, guys? Can you guys hear me? Okay, I guess you guys got it. Okay, if you guys got it, then don't ask me later how I figured this box out, because this is where you got to pay attention, and I'm trying to tell you guys to pay attention here. Right there, okay? So you see now how I just continue with the bull flag, not a C, that's supply. I make it green to represent buyers. The buyers are showing me the strength, right? This candle shows me how low it went, but look at where it went into. I guarantee you went into our point of control pocket of this body candle right here. And the buyers were there pending, they got activated, came right back up. So now what I do is stretch it into the future, okay? I see we're trading all the way up here. But let's stretch this into the future. And look at the number of the block. 3,550. That's a very psychological number, okay? We trade on psychological numbers, and then you can see when now the block kind of complements that number too. So you could be confident that this could be an area of support, demand, or buyers. If there's ever a pullback, it could pull back, come all the way back down, but then we come back into here and it could go right back up, right? Because we see this is where most of the trading volume occurred over here, okay? If this green block can't hold up, then the orange line, the previous all-time high, 3,500, could be now support going forward, okay? And then if that can't hold up, then we come into the big green box. That's where the big buyers are, okay? That's where it's been accumulating for multiple months in there, okay? But also, guys, you guys see what I see, okay? So see this orange line? A lot of you guys are trading fair value gaps, okay? So you see right there, I use the orange line as a point of reference, and then just look above. You've got a wick right there on that bearish candle that came all the way down. It stopped right there above the orange line and went back up. Look at the previous candle right here. This candle came up and stopped right there and went back down. So if you want to draw a zone now of the volume that has not been transacted over here, how can we do that? Very easy. Mark that wick and that wick right there, okay? I'll make it neutral again so everyone can kind of see what I'm doing. You guys see what I just did there, okay? I need to know yes or no, okay? So you see that big bearish candle that came down, bearish, 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 and stopped right there, okay? That's why price action is the truth. Price action tells you exactly how low the security went, where the buyers came in, where it got rejected. It's just up to us to analyze and chart this stuff, okay? So it came down and stopped right there. That's a fact. You can't argue that. The buyers came in right there. I can look at the exact price too. The exact price was $3,511.46. They came in. I can go and dissect this daily candle and figure out the exact minute it came down here. Okay, I could go down, find out the 4 hour, the hourly, the 15 minute, the 5 minute, the 1 minute, find out exactly when it came down there. And it came down there, the buyers went right back up. Okay, but what about the previous day? This was resistance right there and went back down. So you see this part of this body, this candle, I'm going to make that also green. It hasn't came back in here to test this volume, right? It came close, but we're still not at that orange line. So you can stretch that into the future. And now you can see how I'm building my depth of market, right? And that is how to do this. Okay, I want to show you two ways of doing this, okay? This is where Ron's going to blow your mind, okay? This is how you guys tell me what it's called. This is the fair value gap style that you guys, are trading these days, okay? I'll show you another style, okay? This is my style sometimes when I don't recognize that wick and wick. What I do is, when I see a big bullish candle, I grab my Fibonacci tool, okay? And I go from the opening price to the closing price. And remember, this works for all time frames. So what I'm teaching right now, I know it's on a daily candle, but this is how I scalp the markets on 1 minute, 5 minutes, everything, okay? So what I do here now is, I figure out the 0.5, the psychological midpoint. It's right there. Let me place a line there so you can see relative to option 1, the first one, and then option 2, this option. And you figure out what works best for you. Okay, you see how I just placed a yellow line right at 0.5. Exactly right at 50% of this big bullish candle. Now, when I'm looking for my point of control bullish zone, because this is a bullish candle, I use my Fibonacci tool and I go to either the 382 or the 618, whatever one you have on your Fibonacci, or if it's reversed. And then I just go to the 618 or the 382. Those two numbers right there. One is above the 0.5, one is below, right there. So you see right there. So I got the meat of that candle and I stretched that into the future, okay? So let's just look at the difference. Remember option 1 and option 2, okay? And they're pretty much very similar, okay? So remember, option 1 was the fair value one, this bigger green zone. It was from that wick to that wick. There's the fair value zone style. And then when you do the other style, it's just figuring out the point of control of the candle. And you see, I didn't come all the way down to that wick right there, like the fair value style, but I stayed consistent with the Fibonacci. So either way is correct. You pick which one you're more comfortable recognizing. Okay, so let's just continue moving forward. Do we got that, guys? We also on these live calls do a little bit of education. I know everyone wants to do some live trading, but do you not want to learn how to do this? Okay, because you can learn how to do this, and there's that saying, you can take a man fishing, you can give him a fish and he can eat for a day. Or you can take a man fishing, show him how to fish, and he can eat for the rest of his life. So that's what we're trying to do with you guys. We kind of want to teach you guys how to go fishing. And these are the honey holes. Okay, you know when you go fishing, has anyone gone on a boat with a fish finder? You know, when you're driving on your boat and then the fish finder starts going beep, 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 beep. It's finding where all the fish are. Okay, and it's telling you the depth of where the fish are. I went to Lake Erie last weekend, and we were fishing in 52 feet of water, right? Did we just guess 52 feet of water? No, we had a fish finder. We drove around the lake, and it started beeping at 52 feet of water. And it was telling us that's where the fish are located, right? So it makes fishing easier. This is called a depth of market, right? These are like a fish finder. So we're finding, it's more of a pip finder. So we're finding where our fish are. So when we come in here, do we have a fish? Let's see if we got a fish. We got one? Anyone see a fish? We got, oh, okay. Yeah, we got some fish. Here's one. Okay. We got our fish finder now. See how I teach my kids now? Okay, we got some fish in there. We got some pips in there, okay? Whatever you want to call it, they're in there. There could be some fish in there, right? There's more fish in here, and in here, in these green zones, than there is floating around in here. Okay? So, to all my fishermen and fisher women, whatever you call yourselves, fisher people, I don't care what you guys call yourself. Again, I'm not here to play games of what we call ourselves, okay? We'll leave that to the politicians to do that shit. Right now, we're just learning how to go fishing. So, and the deeper you go, right, the bigger the fish. Okay, if we come down in here, there's more fish down in this. Okay, it's deeper water, depth of market, right? There's fish in here. There's fish in here. So there's also fish I can find maybe in this point of control. So we got to continue going through this, okay? Does this fish analogy help you guys out understanding where the pips are? So all it takes is like a hook, line, and sinker. The market comes down there. It hooks that fish right there, and then it goes back up, right? Sometimes there's not a lot of fish in this one. They're a little bit deeper. Then it comes and hooks those ones. You know, have you ever played that game at those arcade games with that fishing reel? I play it all the time with my kids, where you go in there and you catch a fish and then you reel it back up. So it's pretty much that same kind of arcade video game. If you guys have a rec room, that's what we have in Canada, or like a Palisade, somewhere you can go, Chuck E. Cheese, Dave and Buster's, those places where you can take your kids, play those video games. You'll see there's the same exact fishing game. Is it? I don't know what that game is called, but it's very similar to this. Okay. Yes, Ron smoked a joint this morning. I admit it. Okay. So when Ron is doing stuff like this, you know he smoked something. Okay. But let's just continue doing here. Now we got to start dissecting what is going on over here. Okay. So let's follow this volume from Friday. Friday had NFP. Shitty job numbers in America. Gold rallied back, new all-time high, 3,600. Nice psychological number, okay? And it came down and it closed, opened here Monday. Did we come up? Are we above 50% of the Fridays? Yes. We can kind of guess exactly where 50% is. It's right there, okay? You can kind of guess if you want. Now you can maybe bring your zone up to that yellow line if you like. Like if you want to bring it up to the yellow line, you're welcome to do that as well, okay? Now let's continue to follow the volume. We opened, came down, we continued to break 3,600, new all-time high. Look at yesterday. We got up to 36.47, just below that 36.50, and then there was a little bit of selling. Can we find the same thing? Let's find exactly 50% of yesterday's volume and the point of control, where there could be some fish waiting today. Okay, so grab the Fibonacci tool, open, close. Let's mark 50% with the yellow line right there. So that's telling me that is exactly 50%, the psychological level of the volume yesterday. And if I go one ratio above, one below, there's my point of control of yesterday's bullish volume. Once I figure out the zone, stretch it into the future, okay? There could be a little bit of fish swimming inside here, okay? Just a few. They could be in there. I can see that the market came down today, and let's start now analyzing, okay? So it came up all the way yesterday and closed, right? So our closing and opening price is also a point of interest. I see that there was no gap up or gap downs, okay? So it closed, it opened. We can see the price. 3,635. Okay, and what happened when we opened? I can see now, because candlesticks leave a footprint behind. We can see what they did. It opened, and it was bearish, 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 and that's as low as it's gotten so far, okay? So I place a purple line at the low of the day. Now, I look, did we come into, trade into 50% here and grab these fish? No, not yet, okay? We started coming down and then it stopped right there. And look at the response now. The buyers stepped in. That was a shallow pullback. Buyers, look at all these words, shallow, depth of market. Like these are all like fishing analogies, guys. So if you guys are good at fishing, you guys will be great traders, okay? And you guys know when you catch your limit when you go fishing, limit orders, okay? Now you're learning a little bit about fishing and trading at the same time now, okay? We can use all types of analogies, fishing, sports, whatever you want to do. I can relate trading to anything that you guys are passionate about. You guys tell me, and I can relate it to whatever way you want it, okay? Sports, fishing, whatever it is. Okay, we came down there. Buyers stepped in. They rejected the move back up where? To the opening price. We got back to the opening balance, and the buyers were there and continued to push the price. Look, bullish, bullish, bullish. We took out yesterday's high. Okay, that was the previous all-time high. Let's mark it with a yellow line as a point of interest. And look at the buyers today. Continue pushing the volume all the way. That's our new all-time high. It's our daily high and new all-time high. So a purple line up there, or you can do an orange line, however you want to represent an all-time high. I know that this purple line is the all-time high, so I'm going to keep it purple. And it's today's daily high. So we came up there, 3,659.60, nice psychological number, and it got rejected, and they're pushing it down now. So are we going to revisit this yellow line? Possibly. We're only 50 pips away from 3,646. We're at 3,650 on the dot right now, 50 pips away. But if it comes down to this yellow line, will it hold support and go back up and fill the wick? Or are we going to come down to this yellow line and we lose it, and then sellers start pushing down this bullish volume all the way back to the opening price? That could happen. But I always say, what if the buyers are protecting that opening price and don't want it to come all the way down to that opening price? They're probably adding pending orders somewhere in the middle right here. How do I identify then where the middle is? I can look from the yellow to the yellow tape. This is called tape reading now. Now we're going to take you to the next level, reading the tape. I can guess that in between this yellow line and this yellow line, that's half of it, okay? I'll use this purple line just to I'll change it to yellow, but I just want you guys to know. So what I'm doing is I'm using a cut line. Same thing when I cut a candle. Now I'm just not cutting the entire body of the candle. I'm cutting from this yellow line to this yellow line, okay? Do you guys understand that? I'm just cutting. But this is me guessing. I'm guessing right there that that's the halfway point between these yellow lines. Let's verify how correct Ron is. Let's now test him. From this yellow line, take your Fibonacci tool, bring it to that next yellow line right there, okay? And then look at where the 0.5 is. So Ron, you can tell, smoked a J this morning. I was a little bit off. There it is now exactly. No questions. That is 50% of this yellow line and yellow line. So if the sellers push it back down here and then they go bearish, 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 like they're offering to all of that buying volume and they push it down, maybe it will stop right there, 3,640. And the buyers come back in and push it all the way back up because they're protecting the opening balance. They don't want to break this. They don't want sellers to come all the way down, take that out, take the opening balance, because if they lose that, then the candle will flip and it turns black. And it will turn into a bearish pin bar. And if it comes down to the lowest point, it will turn into a shooting star. And sellers are in full control and can push it all the way back down into this green zone down here, okay? So we have to acknowledge these. These are all points of interest, okay? And now what we can do is, what if we continue breaking above here for new all-time highs? Where can we go? I have nothing to look back to the left to see, because this is price discovery. This is all new to all-time high territory. So now just use your psychological levels. If we move from 40, you can go to 50, right? If you can go to, here's 60, you can go to 70, right? You can place, I would place it at 75, okay? Remember the quarter increments are much larger and like 25, 50, 75, 100, I would place it at those numbers first, okay? So there's 36.75. If we continue to break for a new all-time high, maybe 36.75 could be where the resistance is. The next one, use your whole big numbers like 3,700, right? Then I can continue to go 37.25, 37.50, 37.75, 3,800. And this all depends on the time frame trader you are. So maybe that's too big if you're kind of like a scalper. Then what you can do is just go $5 increments. Go from 36.70, 36.60, go to 36.65, go to 36.70, but pay particular attention at these bigger ones, 75, 100, 125, 150. Okay, you guys got that? And then it just goes with the time frame of trader you are. I'm more of a 5-minute trader, so I like those nice 50 pip moves. So I would go, for myself, I would go 36.60, 36.65, 36.70, and then the big one would be 36.75. Then again, 36.80, 36.85, 36.90, 95, then the big one is 3,700, right? Okay, so right now we can see today's volume, open, shallow pullback, buyers came back, opening price broke, new higher high, all-time high. We are still trending in an uptrend. It is still making higher highs, higher lows, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. It's difficult to short this thing. So in order to start selling, maybe if like today's candle flips bearish, maybe it will come in here, maybe close below that zone, then we invert that zone red, then maybe we'll get that push down in there. And it doesn't mean gold it's crashing. It could just come back in this depth of market, pick up those buyers, come back out here, and then it's gone for a new all-time high, right? And you got to start to spot maybe double tops where sellers are closing below buyers. They're engulfing buyers, and then it comes back up with buyers, and then a second time they drop them. Those are those M patterns, double tops. You're looking for more and more selling volume coming into the market, okay? So we've got some daily analysis now. Now let's kind of dissect this daily candle and bring it into the 4 hours. Now we can see the 4 hours are very bullish. Look at the rally coming all the way from here. Pushing higher high, pullback, higher low, new higher high, pullback, higher low, new higher highs. It pulled back right there, higher low, continuing. Now I can see more clearly when we hit the lowest point of the day was 6 p.m. when we opened, and it hit the highest point of the day at around 10 p.m., somewhere in there in that 4-hour candle. And then now I can see the European candle. I can see 2 to 6 a.m. Eastern. So I can see when gold opened up, it was initially bullish, but it's got a lower high from that all-time high. And it was very, very bearish. Look at bears brought it all the way down there, but this is a 4-hour candle. And then it came back up with buyers, 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 and then they closed it right there as a pin bar candle. And we transitioned into this candle. It opened bullish. We came back up, but notice how it's a lower high, lower high. So there's a little bit of a downtrend coming from the top with these lower highs, but as it comes down, still holding. So we're consolidating now on the 4 hours. If you want to figure out the consolidated area, maybe go from the purple to the yellow line, trap that. This is the 4-hour consolidation zone. So the 4-hour candle is going up, it's coming back down, going up, coming back down. Could go back up, or it could start coming back down. This 4-hour candle is going to close in 3 hours. So will it start to close below this yellow line and then have maybe one more push to the downside? Or is it just going to stay inside here and hang around near the all-time high, and maybe it's going to break out for a new higher high? Okay, so that's that 4-hour consolidated zone right there from the purple to the yellow line. We're in a bull flag right now as well. Okay, we're rallying up, it's flagging. A bullish flag has a high probability of continuing to break out. If we look at the 4-hour, the 4-hour has been very oversold since Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Like over here, we're overbought. We are overbought. It's above 80. Remember, the daily was overbought. It was at 82. The 4-hour is overbought. So, but if you're selling, you gotta maybe pip and dip out of the markets, because I can see it come down and go right back up. So you got to be careful. You know, RSI is a false indicator as well. Okay, it's telling us we should be selling. The security is overbought. We should all be selling. If we were doing that, we might be in drawdown. Okay, so we gotta look for 4-hour candles to start closing. Maybe engulf this one. This one was engulfing, but look at the close of it. It closed back up there. It didn't close below here as of yet. Okay, maybe this one will come down and close below here today. Okay, but there's still a lot of time left on this. 3 hours is a lot of time. Okay, so what we can do now is go to the hourly. Start looking at the hourly candles. Now we see, again, look at the hourly trend. It pushed up, consolidated, minor pullback, went right back up, bullish leg up, new higher high. Consolidated its way down, didn't break any structure, didn't close below anything, didn't close below these zones, and it continued another hourly leg right back up. Now I can see exactly what hour it was. It was 1 a.m. Eastern when we hit the highest point of the day. There's 2 a.m., there's pre-London, came all the way down, back up. There's London, 3 a.m., and since then, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., we're coming up. Now do you guys see what the hourly is doing? There could be a possible double top on the hourly forming, okay? So you see how this leg is the leg that came up. There's one top. It came back down. Here's our neckline where these bodies are. And then now it's coming right back up. So up here again, maybe we'll see this could be the double top, and it could traditionally come back down, maybe close below there, retest this, and then we get to drop back down to the lowest point of the day, maybe come down into that green zone where those fish are waiting, okay? But it could technically not even come down with that double top. Like, we just have to recognize it, but the buyers could continue driving it through here. So what I do is to recognize that top, and just to keep me watching on my toes when it goes to 5 minutes, I go to that purple line, daily high, bring it down to those 3 hours of bodies. You see where that body closed, that body opened right there. And I see the volume is below me, so I make it red, right? And I stretch it into the future, and then I can see how we came in it again at 5 a.m., it rejected back out. We came in it right now this hour, and it kind of got rejected back out. So that is technically a red zone above us. We've been trading in it since midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., there's London, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., we came back in 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. and it's a wick, 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 and wick. So I'm going to stretch that red zone into the future, right? If we're going to continue to buy, let's see if we can get buyers, close it above this red zone, break out for a new all-time high, new daily high. Maybe we make that hourly zone green. Maybe we pull back into it, and it's building now as support, and then we're driving back up to 36.75, right? That could be a possibility. But right now, the last 5 hours is showing, last 7 hours is showing us that it is getting rejected. It is getting rejected. It has got some bearish volume. It came back in and they rejected it again, and they rejected again. So the next natural move is to move down, right? Double top. But it's still consolidating in here, okay? So it's still holding. So what we got to see is maybe hourly volume, if it can come down and engulf this candle and maybe close below this yellow line, okay? Guys, understand that? Are we good there? And then what we can do is we go into our, you can go in 15-minute or 5-minute. Now I can see how the 5-minute candles are trading in that zone. Now I see them, they're coming in 1 a.m., back up. I can see when it hit the highest point of the day. Now it was prior to just 2 a.m., 150. Look at right there, 155, 2 a.m. hourly drop, come down. They picked it right back up. It came back up. That's a lower high right there. Continue push down, but no new lower lows. It came all the way back into the red zone again. 5 a.m., 5:15, and this is how gold is trading right now. Just it's continuing push down, come in here, get pushed down, it might come back in, might get pushed down, or it might actually start to trade in here and close above, and we're continuing to go. Right now, we can see that there's a low, a higher low, and a higher low. So this is where you can attach a trend line if you like, from, you know, try and just connect the dots as much as you can. Okay, I'm just going to connect them. From now, I'm going to connect I'm going to try and connect as many touches as I can. Okay, so I got 4 touches right there. I got that wick right there. I got that wick, that wick, that wick, still holding. Now you see we briefly broke through it, but the volume is right back in it, so it could push again. So this is like a, you know, this is a trend that started from just after 2 a.m. Eastern. I can see it's kind of like the London trend. So I'm just going to make it with a red line. Right now, I'll make it a little thicker. Okay, so this is the kind of trend. Are we ascending back up to this supply area and going to break out of here? Or are we going to continue to push maybe here, and maybe we could look for a possible short that could continue dropping down here? But we got to respect this yellow line, and this yellow line, because these are daily points of interest, right? And it could just come down and go right back up, okay? Until we start to see real heavy selling pressure coming into the market, okay? So that's what we're going to watch right now. So that's gold's analysis. We'll add our gold SST daily bar indicator beside us so we know how relative to on the daily we're moving. So remember, the opening price was initially bearish. I can go back and look at the opening at 6 p.m. was right here. Here was the opening price, 6 p.m. 1800, and there was the drop, kind of double bottomed at the lowest point of the day, and since then came all the way back up, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, came in there, pulled back, found support, created that new higher high right there. There's the daily high. It was just prior to 2 a.m. Eastern. Then we had that massive drop come all the way down, and slowly it's kind of building its way back up, okay? And we still have some bullish volume in today's candle, and these are daily points of interest. Here, 36.46, 36.45. This one, 36.40, and our opening balance at 36.34. And then that's our lowest price of the day down there, okay? So right now, it's still technically holding. We're building a little bit of support where there is some structure on the 5 minutes. Let's take a look at the 5-minute structure. Right here, you see how there was a body close, ignited, open, drop. I can see it came right back in to that red line, resistance, back down. It came up again, right to that red line resistance, back down, higher low. Then we kind of had an ignited push right there, and now it came all the way back down. It technically closed below there, but look at the volume now, big bullish engulfing candle, come back up. It's trading inside this ascending trend line, and we're back above this red line support. So gold is still technically bullish, okay? So this is an area now that if we're looking to short below this, that's a green zone. Look where the buyers came in and held that move. Okay, right there. So it's right by that broken trend line, but the volume got right back up, and they're still above here. So we got to watch now. Is it going to come all the way up? Is it going to be a lower high and they're going to push it back down? Because if we start getting selling pressure again, breaking this, maybe we'll flip that. Then we'll sell back down to this yellow line, maybe down to there. Okay, but right now it is still bullish. Okay, you can see it, they broke it right there, but look at how quickly 650 bullish engulfing candle engulfed that, and we're still back in this trend. Okay, we can add some EMAs now. We're right at the 9 EMA, which is this green line, and our 200 EMA is this purple line all the way down in here. Okay, so let's watch this for a little bit. 7 a.m. right now, new hourly candle. Okay, we could get some volume entering the markets right now. Okay, and right now, see the buyers are showing their strength. They're coming right back in. One area I would be watching is, now, do you guys see what I do here? This big candle kind of was the big bearish candle in the red zone. If I look to cut it, 50% right there, then I can start to see how we traded right into it right there, and they rejected it back down. It came up right there, lower high, pushed down, and now it could be coming back up again. So that is the resistance inside that big red box on the 5 minutes, okay? So thank you guys, 400 viewers. If you guys can hit the like button on YouTube, we do appreciate it. We'll also do a top-down analysis on NASDAQ and US30, but right now we're watching gold. We have another hour and 20 minutes before COMEX exchange opens up. That's the commodities exchange for all metals, for gold, for silver, for all types of metals. Opens up at 8:20. Okay, there will be a little bit of volatility there. Today we don't have any news at 8:30. Normally we have some 8:30 news. Today we don't have any news. Okay. Okay, and guys, if you can hit the subscribe button on YouTube, we do appreciate it. Let's see if we can get this to 84,500. We're 60 subs away. And we do appreciate that. On our way to 85K. Thank you guys so much. We do appreciate that. Okay, did that analysis help anybody understand like why a top-down analysis is very important? Start off on the higher time frames, go to the daily, bring it down to the 4-hour, hourly, come into either your 30-minute, 15-minute, and go into either the 5-minute, 1-minute. Figure out what style trader you are. Maybe if you're not a scalper, don't be focusing on these 5-minute, candles. If you're more of an intraday trader, maybe stay on the 15-minute, the 30-minute candles, or the hourly, right? If you're a swing trader, you shouldn't even be looking at these low time frames. You should be focused more on the weekly. Start your daily top down with the weekly. Then move it down to the daily and trade the 4-hour candles. And you're not looking like us to hold for just a few minutes here and get a couple pips here and there. You're looking to hold for possible multiple days. That's why you're trading 4-hour candles. You could be looking to buy gold and hold it for 3 days, 4 days, 1 week. If you get the trend, maybe you're still holding and you're scaling up profit on your way to all-time highs. Okay, so it's still showing its bullish strength here. Okay, so what I'm watching to see is when it trades back into, here's a wick. Are the sellers going to be in here? Will it come all the way into this red zone? Will it, maybe the buyers close it above here and maybe try for that all-time high again? I'm not in any trade right now, okay? Yep, you can do this analysis for any security. You can do it on the futures. You can do it on anything, okay? We're just looking for the same thing that I'm looking for. Is it too many lines? Kidis, too many lines? Yeah, I agree with you. It is a lot of lines, but for me personally, I know exactly what all of these lines are. So, this makes sense to me. Maybe it doesn't make sense to you. I understand that, okay? I understand that. It could be confusing. That's why maybe if we have more time on these calls, I can put a label and explain exactly what each one of these lines is. Like, this is your opening price, right? This was a previous daily point of interest. This one was exactly 50% of this yellow line and that yellow line. This is a trend line. That should be very common. What is that? That's a trend line. This right here is just the 5-minute resistance. I'm looking on the 5-minute structure, right? This big red zone is the all-time high supply zone. But I know it could be confusing for most traders. But sometimes when I look at your charts, I'm confused myself too. It just takes me a couple minutes to understand what you're charting. But everyone has their own way of doing things. So just find what works best for you, Take a little bit from me, take a little bit of what Dave does, take a little bit from what another trader does, put it together, and that makes sense for you, okay? Not everything I do is going to make sense for you. I understand that. But I'm not a person that's going to say that this is the best way, this is the only way to trade, my way is the best way. No, I'm not that type of person. I tell people straight up, this might not be your style, don't do this. Continue doing what you're doing. How do you guys do a top-down analysis? Let me ask you. Some of you guys don't even do a top-down analysis. How do you guys trade without doing a top-down analysis? What do you guys do? You guys just go to a security like right here, go to NASDAQ and just start looking at this and just start trading. Is this what you do? I can see, okay, it made that high right there. I can see it's got a low right there. I can see it's consolidating right in there. Okay, I don't know how it was trading yesterday. I don't know what it was doing last week. All I can see is how it's trading right now. So is this how you trade? You just wait for a move to come up here, fill back up to there? or are you waiting for it to break down and drop down to there? What do you guys do if you're not doing any type of analysis? I don't understand. Like, is this all you're looking for? Then I have no idea what the trend is. Like, just looking at this, yeah, I could probably scalp down, but I don't know what the trend is. Again, I don't know how it was trading yesterday. You know, I could look back like this too, but this to me is so confusing. Like this clump here, then I got to look at the timing. It's Monday, just after Wall Street, okay? And then start charting up here. I don't know. That's why I like going from the top and moving my way down, getting like a bird's eye view of everything and trade accordingly to these lines. Try to trade with the trend as much as possible. Trade with Shiam. How to pass an account soon? Take your time. Patience. You don't need to pass an account right away. That's probably your issue. Most traders, you buy a prop firm account and you want to finish it in 1 day or 2 days. Why are you giving yourself those unrealistic goals? Why do you have to finish a prop firm in 1 day, in 2 days? Just think about that. You're going to rush trades. You're probably not, I can tell you're not a patient person right away. Trading will not be very good for you if you're a person that just buys a prop firm and want to finish it in 1 day or 2 days. I can tell you're going to over leverage. You're going to rush trades. You're not going to be patient to wait for bodies to close or retest. You're just going to jump in on impulse and you're going to over leverage and you're going to blow up your account. And then you're going to say trading sucks. Why am I not passing? Well, look at, you want to pass, how can you pass your account soon? As soon as possible. That's what you're asking me. Why don't you take your time to pass the account? What if you pace it out for 1 week or 2 weeks to pass it? You'll still pass it, but it'll take you a little bit more time than somebody else, but at least you'll pass it. What's the point of just rushing it and failing it? The hell's the point of that? Makes no sense. Plus, you're teaching yourself bad habits while you're doing that. Then if you do actually pass it, then when you go live, you're going to blow up a live account because you've learned absolutely no discipline. You've learned no patience. But again, that's up to you. I'm not here to tell you guys how to trade. But I know why most traders struggle is because they just rush everything. I used to do that myself, guys. I understand how it is. I used to rush trading. I used to trade on everything on impulse. I used to over leverage. I used to do all of that shit, and I did not gain any money by doing that. All I did was lose money, and lose money. And I'm like, I'm sick and tired of losing. How can I change this? Then I figure it out by waiting, being patient. That's how the markets work. If you want to make money in these markets, be patient. Okay? Did you guys see US30 yesterday, what I was talking about? Had you marked those zones and placed an alert at those critical areas, look how much you could have traded off of these levels yesterday. Like right in here. Remember where we got that buy out of that block? You know, it came back down and it hit me at the break even, but I didn't, fail to see stretch zones into the future and trade after with signals. And then you see when it comes all the way up, where did it come up to? It came right back up to that price right there. If you stretch those zones in the future, see when it came down, that buy, look at where it came right into, right up here. Surge killed it too in our group in Discord. He had these same levels lined up and he was just trading ping pong off of these all day. And then see where you could have sold up there. Look at where it came down. Yeah, you could have taken out, but when it came back up, you can see it's making a little bit of a neckline right there, got rejected, came all the way back down. Off of there, you could have bought after 2 p.m. off of there, grabbed a few pips. There's the closing above that, retested the red line. It moved up. It didn't move all the way into the zone. It pulled back. There's where it turned from resistance into support, double bottom, continued to move all the way back up, okay? So yesterday was trading amazing. If you guys have difficulty trading this type of volume, look at the bigger picture, right? The bigger picture will show you, like, you don't have to trade individually like every single candle inside here. If you look at the bigger picture and look at the bigger perspective and just be patient, look at how you could have bought down here, which we did during yesterday's call. We did. You could have, if you're in a buy, you know, when I say nudge you and say do something when it comes to these zones, if you don't do something, look how it comes tumbling right back down. You could have sold up there. Again, when it came down here, that's a double bottom. There was the one bottom, there's the second bottom, there's the price going back up. You could have made some money there again. Here's where now it closed above that zone and now it's still holding. So you can stretch that zone, start into the future, and I can see again, it came down, it's still holding that zone. I can go into the future again. Look at, we just traded right off of that just 15 minutes ago, right there. Look, it just came right into there, 45,500, and it's moving its way back up. See how that was zone of resistance, resistance. There's the body that closed above it. There's where you flip it green, stretch it into the future. You could have basically had an alert right there and bought out of there, right? That's, we'll come back and we'll do US30 and NASDAQ, but I'm just trying to show you guys, just be patient. Let the volume come to you. What else do you guys want me to say to you guys on this call? What do I mean by futures? Aren't we trading futures right now? No, this is Forex. This is not futures right now. This is Forex. Oh, when I say stretch it into the future. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I misunderstood you. We're trading Forex right now, but what I say with these zones, I mean stretch it into the future. Like go, like this is in the future. Like right now it's trading right here. I've stretched it into, look at the hours below me. Tuesday, September 9, okay? I can stretch it into Wednesday. That's tomorrow. I can stretch it into Thursday, Friday of next week. I can stretch it into October. You know what I mean? That's what I mean by, guys, by stretching it into the future. Okay, so we see it came up, back down, came up, back down, came up, back down, still holding some bullish volume. So if we start to, again, maybe break this trend line, maybe we'll come back down into this green zone and we'll test this thing. But right now, you still see it's opening ignited and continuing to push back up. Okay, maybe it needs to trade in this red box. That's where the bigger sellers are. Guys, thank you guys. 436 viewers. Hopefully I answered all of your questions. But what we can do now is, since we're waiting for gold, you know, it's still consolidating in here. Let's start off with maybe NASDAQ, okay? Let's do top down on NASDAQ so we can get NASDAQ out of the way. I always do kind of US 30, but I don't want to neglect NASDAQ as well. I want to do a nice thorough analysis on NASDAQ. So this is how it's trading on the 5 minutes. Not my cup of tea, just jumping in on 5 minutes. I go to the daily again, okay? So let's see now how NASDAQ has been moving on the daily. I'm going to go a little bit quicker because I assume you guys now are ready to learn and listen. Okay, right there was a previous all-time high back in December of 2024. Stretching it into the future, you can see it came in a second time, double top in February of this year. And what were the results? It went down. So that is technically a red zone. It's showing us the sellers are there. This is what I mean, guys, by stretching it into the future. See, if I do this into the future, now I can see volume closed above this block, and then I just change the zone, the block, green. It's representing now, if we ever come back down in here, this block now could be where the buyers are positioning themselves. The buyers are pending themselves in here, and it could come in here and go right back up, okay? We are nowhere near this green block right now, so that's what is called a depth of market. That's a depth of market below us. See how I'm stretching it into the future now? I'm all the way into, look, January, like right here. If you look at the vertical line, the dotted line, I'm in January of 2026. That's how far into the future I've stretched it. It's a static zone. It's always static. Static meaning the zone is always there. The only thing that moves is variable is the volume. So if the volume comes back down here, it may be that static support level and it could bounce going back up. However, okay, I don't want everyone to think that this is always going to happen. I've seen it where it comes down. It gives me an alert that it's in the zone. There's more selling pressure. Maybe there was some news on that day and it cut right through this zone like a knife cutting through butter, cut right through, and it closed below. Then when it closes below, I flip the zone red and it could retrace back in there. And then now the sellers, big sellers are positioning themselves in this zone. It's kind of like they've overtaken it and now it's all sellers offering. Then that's where we'll get maybe that breakdown, zone flip, red, sellers are there, then we sell with the market, okay? But what I'm trying to say is there could be a big move located in this zone, okay? We got to be patient and wait for the volume to come down to us, and then we decide what we're doing down there when it comes. It's nowhere near us right now, so we don't need to entertain this right now. The way what I do is, right at 50%, I place a line exactly at halfway, and I place an alert on it, okay? So whenever it comes down here, if it's next week, next month, next year, 5 years from now, when it comes down there, I will get an alert. And it will say, hey, Ron, check out the NASDAQ because it came back into this big buying zone. And then I go to my time frame and I watch what's going on in there on the 5 minutes, okay? But now look at NASDAQ. So we flipped and it's made a higher high, higher low. Higher high, came all the way tumbling back down, but that's a higher low. It's not a market crash. It came back up, new all-time high. Again from the all-time high, came tumbling down. That's not a market crash. It picked up higher low wicks. It came up one more time and couldn't break for a new all-time high, lower high. It came back down. Again, big rejection wick. And now we're driving all the way back up where we're just a few points away from making a new all-time high. However, now is this kind of maybe where the wall is, the red box, and we might be pushing down, okay? So we have PPI news tomorrow, CPI on Thursday, and next week is FOMC. So maybe NASDAQ is just kind of consolidating near the all-time high, waiting for next week's FOMC news, maybe for the inflation news to see what's happening. So we might get some sideways consolidation, okay? So I just want to flip out gold, make sure. So you'll see me just flip-flopping from gold to NASDAQ, okay? Just double-checking things. Now let's find our points of interest, okay? Points of interest, POIs. What are these things? In other words, they're pivots where a market makes a move and then just look for like where it stops and then kind of reverses. So on this uptrend, I can kind of see where it came all the way up. It kind of stopped right there. We can see this now, okay? So it's easy when we can literally see it, okay? It came right up there, it broke out, and then big bearish candle, stopped right there, body to body. We had big sellers come all the way down, and then you see it's the selling pressure stopped right there. And then it started to come back up, kind of bar-coded into 50% here, holding, and then we came all the way back up, volume closing above this yellow line, and look at the retest, yellow line, and then we had the big bullish push, and that took us to our all-time high right over here on NASDAQ. There's NASDAQ's all-time high, orange line. The exact date was Wednesday, August 13. And since that all-time high, we push down, push down, push down, push down. See, there's a wick, there's a wick, there's a wick. We are above this yellow line, so they are making a higher low support. But if I go exactly where those bodies are, maybe I go where the bodies are, right there, okay? So I see it held support right there. This is where we can have another zone below us now. Now I can see that bearish volume? And then the bullish volume picked it right back up. Then I see there's a wick in there, a wick in there, a wick in there, a wick in there. So that's telling me there has to be a green zone right here. Now I can see, when you stretch into the future, I can see how it came in there and went back up. Came in that green box, went back up. Came in that green box, went back up. It came in here again. Look at that. That was a big bearish candle in the green box, back up. Now the volume is trading all the way up here. So stretch this green box in the future, okay? It may revisit this and do the same thing. It might sell off, come back in this green box, and go right back up. Okay, if it breaks and closes below here, we'll flip that green box, make it red, and then sellers could be taking out this and then coming all the way back down to this green box. And then when it gets down there, those big buyers might be waiting in there to take it back up, okay? Unless the market has some high impact news and it's continuing to sell off, we might break through there if there's something crazy going on in the markets, okay? But we'll entertain that when it gets down there. Right now, we're just building our blocks and building our depth of market right now. Okay, so right now what I can see is off of the all-time high, I see a body, and kind of a wick, and a wick, and a wick, and a wick. So if I was to make now a red zone from the all-time high and bring it down to those bodies right there, I make that as a red zone. I can see that it's coming in there, sellers are pushing it down. Coming in there lower high, sellers pushing it down. Coming in there again, sellers pushing it down lower high, okay? Let's now extend this into the future. Now I can see Friday of last week, look at what we hit, the red zone, back down. Yesterday, we came in there, red zone right at top, back down. Today, right at the red zone and back down right now, okay? So you can see there's sellers in the market right up there, protecting the all-time high. Now what we got to do is start to, we got some zones of interest. What we got to do is start to kind of see how we were trading maybe off of this candle. Tuesday, September 2nd was very bearish, came in, closed right here. Then Wednesday, we continued to push up. Thursday last week, higher, low, push up. Here was Friday's NFP, indecision daily candle. You can see it was initially kind of bullish when it came up, bearish, and then it closed with a little bit of bearish volume. Now we started this week right here, Monday, starting the week. Do we have a point of interest to start our week and from Friday's close? Yes, we do. Right here, we can place a yellow line. That's where we closed on Friday. That's where we opened Monday to start the week. Monday was a bullish candle. There was just a small, tiny pullback. It was bullish, bullish, bullish. Remember, it's got a big wick to fill. It's not a short wick. So we were really, NASDAQ was really bullish, 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 bullish. Look how high it got yesterday. It's just a tad bit lower than Friday. That is technically a lower high, and then sellers came in and pushed it down right there. So that's where we closed yesterday. This is where we opened today. Let's place another yellow line as a point of interest right there. See our wick when we opened? There's just a little tiny wick. Okay, see where we opened, and then it came down bearish right there. Like if I was to place a purple line at today's low, you see where it is? It's right near like the opening price. So it was almost like a bullish ignited candle. Technically it wasn't. We had a low, okay? So I'm just going to keep it at the lowest point here. And then it came back to the opening price. And look, it was bullish, 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 filling yesterday's wick. But let's look at now, place a line at today's high. Right there. Look at it. It's pretty much identical and equal high to yesterday. That's what's called a tweezer top high. So they didn't allow it to break any further. Why? Because they're protecting the depth of market above us. So that is technically a equal high. It's lower than Friday. It's lower than this wick. It's lower than that wick. And it's lower than the all-time high. Okay. So what you can do now is with this red zone, if you want to bring it down to that purple line, you can. Like right there. Okay. If you want to cut that red zone in half, just in case if we do come back and trade in this in the future, cut it in half, place a yellow line, okay? Just for reference. Now, we've got three big rejections. We got rejected on Friday, we got rejected yesterday, and we got rejected today. But there's still this bullish volume still left in today's daily candle, where the buyers could definitely continue to come back up. Now, where could we go up to? What I could look at is there's a body and a wick right there, okay? So that could be another point of interest right there, yellow line, body, and a wick. So if we come all the way back up, this could be our resistance today, 23,810. We'll see if buyers can get it above there and see if they can continue to fill the wick. Right now, that could be resistance, okay? So I'm gonna give you guys now two options. Option one, the way how I found that was looking to the left. A body close, a body open, and a body retest. That's option one. If this option is too confusing for you, let me give you a second option and make life easy for you, okay? So just go now, this is called reading the tape. From the purple line to the purple line. Grab your Fibonacci tool and we're gonna figure out exactly where 50% of this purple lines are, okay, right there. Notice how that yellow line is exactly 0.5. Look at the number, 23,809, 810. See how that yellow line lines up with that body and wick. I need to understand that, I need to know that you guys understand this. Please guys on Zoom, do you guys understand this, okay? Because if you don't understand this, then what I'm doing here is pointless. Because I'm giving you guys two options. Now you guys pick which option is more comfortable for you and which one is easier for you. Like if I was teaching my kids this, I would teach them the second option. It's very easy. If you want to learn the more technical option, how I figure these out, then you got to look back. You got to get used to looking at points of interest on bodies of candles. So right there, I get 3 touches. There's a body close on Thursday, August 14. It closed right there, okay? It closed there for a reason. Look how bearish the candle was. It came down and then it came all the way back up and it closed there. The market makers closed it there, okay? So it closed. Look at the next day where we opened. Then look at the next day where it retested exactly right there. So if I have that marked off as a point of interest, do you see how it's right there? And then if I didn't know how to do that, I could have just gone from today's lowest point, today's highest point, figured out where 50% is, and look at how it lines up perfectly right there, okay? So that is option one. Option two, you guys pick which option works for you, okay? Trying to give you guys options so you figure out what works best for you, okay? So we've got an inverted hammer candle right now. It could technically still, fill up and come back up and fill these wicks, but we got sellers rejecting the move. So if we come back down to the opening price, today's candle could turn bearish. NASDAQ could sell off. Is it going to be a market crash? Is the market going to dump? I don't know, okay? All I know is if we flip, if it comes down bearish, 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 we're going to trade into possibly 50% of Monday's volume. How, again, do I figure this out? Okay, I can literally look at where the volume is, open, close, and pick where 50% is, where I think half of it is. Maybe right there, okay? I could utilize that body to body and bodies if I like, right there, okay? So if I do the body system, I could use those bodies. However, remember option one or option two. You're either looking at the bodies, body, 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 body. So that yellow line is right there. If I do my other option, grab the Fibonacci tool from the opening price to the closing price. Do you see the 0.5 is actually 23,700. So that yellow line, if I want to be at exactly 50%, is right there, right? So that's 50%. But now, if you do your zone, now watch. You grab your zone, you go to the 1 ratio above, 1 below. Now I get the zone of that candle, and then I'm going to show you how I learned how to do this. I stretch it backwards, kind of back testing, and then you can see I'm very close to that body where I initially placed that yellow line, and then there again, I get that body, body, body. Now you can stretch that again into the future. Now you have your point of control. If we flip today, if NASDAQ flips and turns bearish, it could be bearish, 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 and it could find a wick right there at the top of the green box, 23,017. It could find a wick exactly at 50%, 23,700, nice psychological level. Or it could find a wick at the bottom, deeper depth of market. The bigger fish could be at the bottom down there waiting, 23,683, okay? So what I'm saying is, if today's daily candle comes back down and turns bearish, could turn bearish, 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 and maybe find some support or some buyers there, and then come right back up, okay? Again, if it cuts through this like butter and closes below, we will invert that green zone, red, and maybe look to pull back and maybe sell a move coming back down. But when it comes down, it might find support right there. It might find support right there because the overall trend below us is trending up. If we sell, we could be counter trading, right? The trend is bullish. It's making higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher low, higher low. But right now, look, we got 3 big rejections. So now we got to see if we lose today's volume, we could come back down, but we might trade into that point of control and we see what happens in there, okay? So this is what we got going on the daily for NASDAQ. We're not too far away, again, from the all-time high, but technically there is lower highs and we could get some selling pressure, okay? On the 4-hour now, okay? So this is the 4-hour candle. Let me just take a look at gold. Gold is still just inside here. We'll revisit it in just a second. 4-hour move. You see the 4-hour candles come in the green zone, back up. Come in the green zone, back up. Come all the way. There's equal bottom lows on the 4-hour. So you can see that price action is for all time frames, okay? For anything. It's just knowing that all candlesticks have the same characteristics. It's just acknowledging which one works for your time frame, okay? And then since then, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, new higher high, all-time high, big pullback, but continue to drive all the way back up. So we could see, like, look at the bullish volume on the 4 hours. It's kind of maybe dying off. It's kind of still doing staircases going up. We could have an elevator coming down, a big bearish candle. If you consider kind of, we came up, there's one top, there's the neckline, we're coming back up, maybe like a second top, and it could have that elevator coming down. But when we come down, there's that green zone right there. Maybe the 4-hour candles will come down there and go back up. Maybe they'll break below there, we flip it red, and then we're selling back down into here, okay? But it is still technically strong. NASDAQ is making higher lows, bullish ignited opens, higher lows. I can see now how it's been trading since Europe, okay? Right over here. Here was the Europe candle, 4-hour, 2 to 6 a.m. It opened. That's what triggered the highest point of the day. We came back down. We've got some consolidation going on NASDAQ. Things will start to open up as we hit Wall Street, okay? So right now, our 4-hour candles are kind of consolidating. If we look on the 1 hour, not the greatest to be trading on the 1 hour. A lot of choppiness coming down, going back up. Now I can see exactly when we hit the highest point of the day was 3 a.m. London. London got rejected. 4 a.m. it engulfed it. Bearish candle. Then we got 2 spin tops here at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Now we just opened again, bearish. Look, it took out that low. We made a new lower low. This candle is going to close in 25 minutes. Let's watch and see NASDAQ. Will it close with bearish volume below this yellow line? Because then next hour could continue to go down bearish and target this lowest point of the day. So I can see right now, look guys, when we're looking for double tops, okay, we can see it came in right there, back down. Big neckline is this purple line. It came back in. Look at right there. That was the double top London, the rejection. But I look more where the bodies are. Body, body, wick, wick. There's where it is. So it looks like they kind of came up there, grabbed some liquidity, and maybe want to start to push this thing down. They already did, but it's coming right back up. So we got to watch and see where that bearish volume will close. Will it close below or above this yellow line in the next 25 minutes? If it does, we could continue to sell NASDAQ back down to this purple line today. However, if it closes above here, it could retest this and come right back up, okay? So we got to be very careful. Right now, NASDAQ is kind of choppy right now, but we'll watch this as we lead more into 9 a.m. and we start to see Wall Street's move, okay? Do we have some hourly resistance on NASDAQ? Yes, we do, right here. White line for hourly. There's a wick, a body, a wick, and a wick around here, 23,830, okay? So there's a lot of resistance right here in the market. So if we continue to stay below this white line, maybe close below here, we might get another bearish leg coming through here, okay? So on the 5 minutes, NASDAQ looks like this. I can see exactly now when we hit the highest point of the day, it was actually at 335 now, and I can see how it was consolidating. See how this white line is still holding that hourly resistance. I don't see a 5-minute bullish candle closing above there, and now it closed below. They redistributed to the downside. It could be pulling back up, and we could continue dropping back down unless buyers can start to close it above this yellow line and start getting back up to that hourly resistance. If not, we could be selling back down to the lowest point of the day, and we see what happens. So we will revisit NASDAQ as we get closer to 9 a.m. and we'll also do a top down on US30. Let's add our SST daily bar indicator. So remember, it opened, was initially bearish, was really bullish, where we got up right there to 335. And then since then, you see lower low, lower high, lower low. That's representing the daily wick coming down right now, okay? Adding, if you want to add an EMA, we're right at the EMA 9, and EMA 200 is right there. So if you're going to continue to trade NASDAQ, I would be looking for bullish volume to be closing above this yellow line, and then to take its way back up and test this hourly resistance, see if it can break out a little further, or we could continue selling down today, okay? So that's NASDAQ. We'll leave NASDAQ right over here on the right side. We'll do US 30 in just a moment. Let's go back to gold, okay? So gold, guys, this is not the greatest volume to be trading. It's kind of, if we were to kind of maybe consolidate right here, like kind of the volume, we're not moving anywhere, okay? It's going down bearish, coming back up bullish. Bearish, going back up bullish, bearish, bar coding. You got a black candle, blue candle, black candle, blue candle. They're actually just redistributed a little bit to the downside, but kind of caught that big bullish engulfing candle. It came back up, and look at the volume. We're right back in this consolidated zone. It came up, back down, came up, back down, came up, it brought it back down. Then we got a black candle, blue candle, black candle, blue candle, okay? So we are in a clear consolidation. You can trade this if you want. Like if you want to scalp these candles, what I do is I measure the zone. So I know what I'm expecting. 20 to 22 pips if I measure from the bottom to the top. So if I scalp this blue candle and I get 10, 15 pips, 20 pips, close it, get out, grab your money. If you're selling, if you get a selling candle and you get 10, 15, 20 pips, close it, get your money. Because look at how the market is moving. Like you could have grabbed 20 pips there, 15 pips. You could have bought right back. This is when it's like playing a ping pong game where it's just going up, back, going down, back up, going down, back up, going down, back up, going. This is very frustrating. I can tell you, buyers are getting frustrated and sellers are getting frustrated. Let's wait for maybe a bigger move. Let's see if gold can break below here, if sellers accumulate more, or are buyers accumulating more and going to continue to squeeze through this red zone at the daily high, new all-time high. Right now it's accumulating. We're still about 40 minutes away from commodities exchange market opening up. So right now the volume is accumulating. They will possibly redistribute going into COMEX. But you know, I don't want to trade inside here because I don't see a clear trend right now. It's a lot of indecision. If you're, again, testing a buyout or you're testing a sell, use a small feeler trade. Get your feet wet without getting frustrated, without getting mad. Use a small trade. If you think it's going to sell and you're testing it out, maybe add just a small, tiny sell position. And then if it goes against you, you can easily close it and maybe possibly trade with the trend or not get frustrated and lose a lot of money. Same with if you're buying. If you're buying too, add a small buy and then see if it continues to go with your bias. Then if it does, then you can maybe add a position, right? If you're like me and you don't want to trade this, let's sit on the sidelines. I know it sucks. It sucks for a live session because everyone wants to buy and everyone wants to sell, but sometimes the market trades like this. You got to learn how to maybe avoid this type of action unless you have a bias and you're giving your stop loss more room to breathe, right? Maybe if you're selling, maybe your stop loss is above the all-time high, maybe above the daily high. Maybe if you're buying, your stop loss is like above this yellow zone, you know, or vice versa, right? It's up to you guys. I don't want to trade this stuff right now because I know that the market will open up and there will be much better volume to trade. Just through experience, by watching volume, how it trades. I know when I trade this shit, I get frustrated. So I'm not in a trade, so maybe I want to avoid it right now. Okay, and we got a buy signal on NASDAQ in Discord. Let's take a look here. So we got a buy signal at... did it come in here? It's from our AI here. So we're looking for a buy of NASDAQ. Just looking, right? Entertaining 23,805. So 23,805. We're right there. Okay. I'm going to look at 810 myself personally at the yellow line. Okay. Because it's a yellow line for a reason. So I want to see if the buyers can maybe possibly close it above there, retest this, maybe a pullback to 805, somewhere in there, and then maybe take the buy. Okay, so I'll be watching that for NASDAQ. I'll place an alert at that yellow line. Okay, and we'll watch gold. Thank you guys. Almost 500 viewers on today's YouTube session. We appreciate you guys. If you guys can leave us a like prior to going into COMEX and Wall Street, we do appreciate it. We have almost 500 viewers and we got 213 likes. So can we get this, bump this up a little bit? Possibly 300. And if you haven't already, we appreciate your subscription. Subscribe to the channel and you know, support it, help support the channel. This is how we grow. Thank you guys. And it gives us more, we get more bullish to be here with you guys as long as the channel is growing, okay? And you appreciate what we do. There's no charge to being on YouTube. All we charge you is a like and a subscribe. Hitting a button is your fee. Okay, guys, how is everyone's day going? How is everyone doing right now? Is anyone in any trades? Anyone testing anything out? Some of you guys are in sells on gold. Okay, let's see. If we get some closing volume like down in here around 36.52, 51, we could maybe see gold break down. But right now it's still consolidating in this range. Okay, it really hasn't made a move yet. Okay, I know that there's sellers selling and there's buyers buying. You can clearly see that with the price action we're seeing right now. Let's give it, you know, let the markets open up a little bit. We're still not even at 8 a.m. Next 15 minutes, we'll have a new hourly candle opening, and then we'll be going into COMEX. So again, if you want to refer to your hourly volume, like look at the hourly volume, how it's just consolidating as well. We had this big bullish candle at 5 a.m. and then we had some indecision bearish candle at 6 a.m. And you know, we went bullish, we went bearish, we came up. Again, we got a lower high, lower high, lower high on the hourly. So maybe if we start to push down, maybe we'll break this green zone, sellers will be in control, and we could look to sell gold. Right now, we're still in this consolidated flag right now, okay? And then looking at it on the 5 minutes, it's not, it's pretty difficult to look at right now, okay? But, you know, it's still trading relative to the trend line. We got now bear volume below it. Let's see if we can maybe get some volume pushing down. Okay, so NASDAQ is now hitting our area. Okay, so we had that buy at 805. I'm just waiting for some volume to close above this yellow line to maybe make it momentarily into some support and then maybe catch a pullback, but some of you guys might be already in it. Okay, I'll wait for that and we'll continue to watch this gold. Okay, so just to mark on the 5 minutes, we've got a little bit of resistance right here. You see this big bearish candle that came down? When it came back up, Those are just impulse wicks. But look at where the volume closed, opened, continue push down, then it's resistance. We had an impulse, 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 impulse. Volume is still below, okay? So it is still, sellers are here, lower high. Let's see if we can get maybe a bearish candle to close below these bodies down in here, okay? So now it's really, really, really consolidating, really coiling up here. Okay, and then just looking at the sell signal on gold, let's just take a look at this. So we're looking for, again, if you already got in at 652, it did drop for about 30 pips, but it did retrace back up. So we're still going to look for that 652, 652.50, exactly like where we are. So, you know, it's right inside this zone. So, you know, I kind of want to wait for maybe a confirmed candle that will close below here. If not, we can enter on impulse. You could also scale down to the 1 minute and watch this 1 minute candle close in the next 30 seconds. Let's watch this. I'll watch the 1 minute. So we see we had 1 minute candles break. They came back up. We had another 1 minute candle break, and then it went back up. Now we're coming back down. So will this one take out that low and close with some good volume in the next 10 seconds? Let's see here. Okay, so here's the close on the 1 minute. It did, in fact, close below there, near the lowest point. It could open, ignited, and just push down. If it comes up blue, we're looking for a retest of this consolidated zone right here, okay? So it is bearish, coming bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish. I don't know if you guys can see it in there. It's really, really small. Okay, so it is still bearish. Okay, I'm waiting to see if it will come back up to retest here. I could also wait for the full 5 minute candle to close in the next 90 seconds. 5 minute candle looks like it wants to take out that low and drop. So maybe the next candle will pull back and maybe I can sell the next 5 minute candle, okay? So I'm gonna stick with these 5 minute candles since we're only 1 minute away. And I'm just gonna watch this 1 minute body, 5 minute body close, okay? So it's breaking down below that 52 level. Let's see if we get a body close below here. Okay, I'm just gonna open it up a little bit so we can see here. Okay, and you see where this consolidated box might represent 50%. If it kind of closes down there, that would be 50%. So then we could wait for a pullback in there and then sell the pullback, or this could close near the low and open ignited and just start dropping. Okay, so you got to really, really be ready. Okay, big bearish candle. So it's like all of that consolidated pricing. The sellers are winning right now. They've dropped it like down into that green zone. Now this is where the buyers are. Okay, so here's the close of the candle. Get ready, guys. Okay, so this is technically like an impulsive candle breaking down. Let's see how and where it closes. Here's the close. Okay, so close right in there, opening bullish ignited, coming back up. Watch and see if it gets rejected or it will trade into right here, like 50%, that red zone, pocket of control of that candle. You know, the way how you can do it, sorry guys, I'm moving really fast here. Open, close of that candle right there. You see how I kind of just freestyled it where it is that 618 and that 382 level right there. Okay, that's if it comes in there for a possible retest. Is this now where the sellers are? It could be also a lower high and then they push it back down and ready to break through this green zone. Okay, so notice how it opened bullish ignited. So it is coming back up, coming back up. Let's see how it reacts inside here. Okay, good rejection. Okay, now it's fueling back up. Remember, it was that ignited open. So it came down, back up, came down, back up. Let's see, will it test that high again or will they push it right back down? Good morning, Forex. Welcome. Forex, Forex, good morning. Okay, so bullish candle coming back up. Here's now possible retest. Okay, did it tap into that red zone? No, got rejected prior to it. Okay, so it goes back down, picks up some more buyers, coming back in. It was a bullish ignited candle, so it is a strong candle opening at that green zone. Green representing where the buyers are. Okay, so the buyers are present, bringing it right back up. Okay, that was a good rejection now. Turned into an inverted hammer and then filling back up. Now there's 3 minutes left to go on the candle. Okay, so that's a lot of time. Look at your spreads. Okay, so you see we got rejected there so far. Still a little bit of bullish volume left. Half the candle is exhausted. Okay, I'm going to enter in a sell. I like how it's retested. I'm going to go in a sell. I'm going to place my stop loss now above these wicks. That wick, that wick, that wick. Placing my stop loss above there. I got a shooting star candle now. Going to look to take out that low and maybe drive through this green demand zone, like cut right through it, and see if we can start to close below the green zone so that I can flip this big green zone red, and maybe we can push down to that yellow tape. Okay, so I'm in a sell. I waited for it to come up. It got rejected. As soon as I started seeing it going down, enter into a sell. Okay, so now my stop loss is placed above that wick, that wick, that wick, that wick. You know, there could be like a red zone up there where all these wicks are, right up there. So I'm just placing my stop loss above there, right? Just in case it needs to come back in here, and then the sellers are lowering their offers. But let's see if we can maybe drive with this candle and push a little further down, okay? Okay, so if it comes down to the bottom of the green box, that's about 15 pips, but I'm more concerned to see if we can take out that previous wick right there. That would be about 20 pips, okay? On also where the closing volume will be. Because if it can close below this green zone, notice that one that just came down and caused that big. If we can kind of engulf and close below there, maybe we might get one more push to the downside, or we can convert this green box to a red box momentarily, okay? So let's watch and see how and where we can close. 1 more minute to go. So do you guys understand how I got into that sell? I waited for it. Okay, open bullish ignited, came up, came up, came up. I saw it get rejected, rejected, rejected. And then there was about 3 minutes left on it. When it started breaking, I entered in a sell. So I want to run with this bearish volume that's in this candle, but it's how it closes. And we are transacting in a green zone. So it's not easy to break this. Last 30 seconds, very important. Very important. This is like a basketball game. Here's the 24-second shot clock now. So we got to watch and see how it closes, who has the momentum, okay? So far buyers are bringing it back up. Still have a little bit of bearish volume in it. Like to see if that bear volume can close below that wick. Here's the close. We got a spin top candle. Okay, so a bear spin top. Remember, it was bullish at the open. Sellers brought it all the way back down. And then near the close, the buyers brought it right back up. So we virtually closed where we opened. So it's a spin top, 50-50 indecision. So we got some sellers and we got some buyers. The green zone is still maintaining. So there is buyers in here. We saw how they brought it right back up. So now the sellers got to offer to them and see if they can, come all the way down that wick, create a new lower low, possibly close below there. As it's coming down, you're going to pick up buyers, right? Right there. How I saw that wick, that's higher low, picking up buyers. So, it's not easy to sell into a green zone, okay? And this could be where it creates a double bottom, okay? Okay, that was the first bottom right there. It came back up. There's the neckline. That's why my stop loss is above there. Now it's coming back down. There's the double bottom right there. So will it now come back up green, like with a double bottom? Or can we kind of close it below there and then flip, and then we drop down to that yellow line, right? There we go. Nice. Sellers are strong here, doing good. Okay, so did we take out that low? I'm just going to place a line at that low wick because that's what we really have to concentrate on. So we did break it. That's good. In order to continue to push down, we got to make new lows in the market. So the sellers had enough volume to break that previous low, create that new lower low, but buyers are bringing it right back up. Okay, so we got to wait and see closing volume. If we kind of break this red line, it will start to go maybe 25 pips, 30 pips in profit. That's when you can start to reduce your risk if you like. Okay, guys, that's approximately 25 pips right there. We encountered zero drawdown. Okay, so I'm going to go to a break, not a break even. I'm just reducing my risk above this red box now. So you see how I took my stop loss from all the way up there, and now I've reduced it, and I'm just above this red zone. But we are dropping, guys. Okay, so that's 30 pips down there. And we're going to close in 2.5 minutes, okay? So you know when we're dropping down here, bigger buyers could be waiting to bring this thing back up. But if we close below here, we're going to flip this green zone red, and we might be making a supply block in the market. This is kind of like an impulse move breaking down from here, okay? So please, guys, manage your own risk. You know, everyone should be maybe at least 30 pips. You could go to a break even if you like, reduce your risk. Just learn how to do these things live, please. Good push, guys. Wow, great push. And at yellow line, if it comes down there, we do something, okay? I will be doing something, nudge, nudge, okay? That could be about 40, 45, 50 pips down there, right? I'm going to a break even now. I don't want any risk in this trade. Up 40 pips, no risk. I'm going to take out 80% down there, okay? I'm taking out 80% and leave the rest running. It's good to start a day with a positive trade, helps with confidence. We're going to stick to the plan. Boom, you got exactly like you, man. Sticking to the plan. 80%, 20% running. Stick to the plan. I trade better when I stick to the plan, okay? And then with 20% running, I'm still watching to see where we close. Can we convert this green to red? Maybe can I add another position? Whatever it is. But you got to also understand that we're getting close to that yellow line down there. And we just broke that green zone. So there could be buyers that want to bring this thing right back up. We got into a great trade. We reduced our risk to break even, and we scaled out. So thank you, guys. W guys in the chat, 600 viewers. Appreciate you guys. The Discord signal kind of helped out with that. So it gave me, you know, the bias by looking at the signal at that 3652. Okay, so we see it right there and dropping perfectly. So great trade with the signals too, helping us out, okay? Now let's watch where and how the body will close. Last 30 seconds. New hourly coming in, everything, right? And we know that the new hourly can switch up momentum and change the market, right? So let's see how and where we close. Let's just go get through the motions. If we close with this bearish candle, we're going to go green to red. It would be really nice if this body can close below this wick. Okay, so there was the close. We did close below the green box, go green to red, because this could be momentarily now bigger offers coming in at 8 a.m. in this zone. So if it comes back up bullish inside here, maybe the bigger sellers are there to push it right back down, okay? If you want to kind of pinpoint exactly the point of control of that bearish candle, grab your Fibonacci tool, opening price, closing price. There's 50% exactly right at the bottom of the red box. That's higher time frame. And then I can go to the 618-382 zone right there. So if I kind of want to now also get more accurate with the previous candle, right there's the red zone. So now it's coming back in, okay? So that red line, remember, was support. Now it could be resistance. There it is, acting as resistance. So we know that we have some sellers there. I could just bring my zone right down to there and see if the sellers are still there offering, and continue to push down to that yellow line. Okay, so they're there. The buyers brought it up. They got rejected exactly right at that red line, which was support turned to resistance. Now we're pushing down as a bearish pin bar. But this is a strong candle. This is 8 a.m. open, okay? So this is a new hourly candle in the market. Guys, I hope you guys manage risk on that. Congratulations to those that brought your stop loss to break even, feeling how it feels to go into a scalp trade, reducing risk, taking some profit out, and leaving a little bit, continue to run for learning purposes, for controlling your emotions, for watching how bodies will close, retest, figuring out the point of control, all of these things, okay? It's not easy to do this, like on short time frame candles, 5 minutes. I do this on the 1 minutes. That's where I'm going really fast. But 5 minutes, you have a good amount of time. If you do this on the 15 minutes, you have enough time. If you're a swing trader, you know, these could be 4-hour candles breaking down, right? You got to do the same thing on a 4-hour candle you do on these 5 minutes. Figure out those points of control. Flip your zones. Okay, so we got a spin top, some indecision here. You can take a look at the hourly candle. Always take a look at your higher time frame whenever you got a new candle, like an hourly open. So look at our last hourly candle. That's the one we sold, right? It came up very bullish. It came back bearish. You know, that's where we got in the sell. Came down bearish, but it got down to that yellow line right there, that hourly almost. It came up and closed, okay? So you see that red zone is representing like 50% of the previous hourly. That was the 5-minute one right there. So now we got this hourly candle that just opened, got rejected, came down, but didn't take out that last low of the hourly. So now it's kind of just a doji candle consolidating here. A lot of time left on this, 56 minutes. So, you know, maybe also going into COMEX might, this hourly candle will represent COMEX as well. So maybe it's coming up right now. Maybe it will get a lower high wick and push back down. But right now, you know, that's why I closed out 80%, because I know that we are countering a move right now. Okay. So now it's coming all the way right back almost to where I entered. And once it taps in there, my 20% break even can get stopped out. But that's okay. I still closed out 80% pushing down. So I got the bulk of the trade down in there in my pocket. And then if it taps me out right there, 20% is break even. But notice how I don't have any more stop loss in the market, okay? I want to protect my capital. So I don't want this to be a big bullish candle and I'm not at a break even. And then it comes all the way up there and stops me out, because then I'm going to lose money. It's not the point of trading, guys. The point of trading is to make money, compound money, okay? So worst case scenario is if I get stopped out at break even, my 20% is out. I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out there. My broker is a little bit different than this one on the charts. I use Fusion Markets. I don't trade with a prop firm. I trade with my own money. Okay, so that's a break even right there. Okay, so I got tapped out at break even. Okay, so thankfully I took out some pips on that candle that was pushing down. Okay, so hopefully we learned. Quick little scalp trade. And then you see, guys, also learn from this. 8 a.m. is that hourly switch up. Okay, you know, it's like, and then look at, we closed back above that red zone. So we got to go green now. Okay, because it could be now building buyers at 8 a.m. So we kind of lost that 5-minute candle and now we're back up bullish. So it could continue to trade back in that consolidated zone now, or they could continue to push it down. We could barcode into COMEX. Maybe gold will continue selling off. But right now, 8 a.m. buyers stepped in the market. They're there. Vanita, do I ever move my stop loss? Did you not see me move the stop loss in that trade? Did I not make it clear? I had the stop loss above there. As soon as it started dropping down, I brought my stop loss just above that red box, reducing my risk. Then when I took out the 80%, I moved it to break even. I don't understand the question. Sorry. No, like if you're near your break even, like just now. If I'm at a break even, do I move my stop loss? I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry, it's me, Vanita. I'm not understanding the question. Okay, so we're about 13, 14 minutes away from COMEX market. Oh my God. Did anyone get the NASDAQ buy? Shit. There was the body that closed above. Look at the retest. It came down right there to that 810 yellow line and just wicked right off of it. Clues, you got it? Man. Oh. Shit. That was a good opportunity on NASDAQ. Grab a quick little scalp there. It's okay. We'll find more. You guys went in on the signal. No issues. Yeah, guys. So that 805 signal on NASDAQ looked good. Yeah, so right there, that 805. So right now it's moving 15 pips currently. Let's see if NASDAQ can make its way back up to that hourly white line. Okay, it's had a difficult time breaking above that white line. You could look at this as like a head and shoulder pattern. This entire white to yellow line, left shoulder, right here, left shoulder. There's the inverted head, came down, grab that liquidity, coming back up. We're in 50% of the right shoulder, you know, so it's got a high probability it could continue to break above that white line, maybe retest it, and then drive a little further back up today, okay? So it could be developing that pattern right now, okay? And then you see, guys, why I control my risk, why I go down to a break even, because why give the market unnecessary pips back? When you go into profit, you should be controlling your risk. Oh, Vanita, no, I understand your question now. So what you meant was if you are at a break even and it is coming close to your level, would you give it more space to breathe? No, I don't personally. If I go to a break even, I'm at a break even. Okay, then I don't want to be second guessing myself, then adjusting it, then putting the stop loss back in, and then I'll be confusing myself. So I trade one style, one way. Again, I stick to my plan. So first thing is when I get into a trade, I place my stop loss at a specific location. I got my TP at a specific location. As if the trade starts moving in my direction, 20, 30 pips, I'll start to reduce my stop loss by half, ultimately trying to get it to break even if I have a nice buffer while taking money out of the market. But like there, how it came up to maybe my break even, would I now go from a break even, put my stop loss back in? No, I don't do that. Sorry, but good question. I understand you now. What I do in that situation, Vanita, is let's say I get stopped out at break even, I can continue trading, right? If I just changed it, I would be in drawdown right now. But if I just got stopped out, now I see it's a bullish candle. So if I see it get rejected and come back down, I can enter right back into a sell, right? But, you know, that's personally the way how I trade. I trade with the markets the way they're moving. You know, I kind of don't adjust things and change things. Oh, yes. Thank you, guys. If we can get 600 viewers on today's call, let's see if we can hit 500 likes with 600 viewers. That would be amazing. Even YouTube will message us and say, wow, the retention that you guys have, you must be doing something really good to keep these people engaged. You know, YouTube looks at these analytics. Hopefully, maybe they'll reduce a couple strikes from us, get us back into the ball game, and continue to grow. So thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We're almost at 500, 84,500. 16 ticks away, 8 ticks away, 1 tick away. Perfect. Thank you, guys. It's the hair. Is it the haircut? Guys, I went to the barber shop. I taught my barber how to scalp yesterday. It was funny shit. I'll get someone to record it next time so you guys can see it. Everyone at the barbershop now wants to all be traders. It's funny when you can scalp for 20 pips, pay your barber $100 and a tip just by trading and showing him. I don't even have any much hair to cut off my head, but it's more the beard lineup. That's where the money is. That's where the talent. That's where you got to find a good barber. Okay, guys, so you see, we're just kind of consolidating right back inside here, okay? So that's why scalping, you know, you got to have a mindset for a quick move, get your money, get out, because you see how things can quickly come right back up. So now I'm waiting for the COMEX market open, so I'll kind of clean up my charts a little bit. Maybe we'll revisit these areas later, but right now, you know, we could be continuing to squeeze right back up and try for new all-time highs. So we could maybe switch our buys and go back in buys, right? But we're kind of right in here testing again here. Okay, so we'll stick with gold. Going into COMEX, it's about 7-8 minutes away. And then around 8:45, 8:50, we'll start doing a top down on US30. We've already done NASDAQ. We'll do a good one on US30, and then we'll watch US30 and NASDAQ going into Wall Street after 9 a.m. Okay, we don't have any news today. No news today. It's a boring day news-wise. We had nothing at 8:30 coming up. There's nothing mid-afternoon, nothing at 10 a.m. Okay, so just trade careful. Tomorrow's the big day. Tomorrow there's these two red folders, core PPI and PPI month over month. So this is the producers index. So if you don't know what this is, real quick, tomorrow, change in price of finished goods and services sold by producers, core meaning excluding food and energy. The other one that will include food and energy. So tomorrow we'll see what all of this is, okay? And then the next day is the CPI. That's the consumer price index. That's the one to do with consumer inflation, okay? So we got some big folders coming in tomorrow, midweek, Wednesday. And yes, Vinita, the Apple event today too. That's also big in the news as well. John, is this live? Yes, we are live right now. Yeah, and the NFP revision is due today as well, okay? So let's keep an eye on, to the left of us, the financial juice. Maybe if they release those revisions in the numbers, guys, because that could affect the way the markets move today. Those revisions coming in, what if they're actually negative? They brought in the June revision numbers, and they were negative 16,000. So they're going to bring in July's revision numbers. Could be negative again, okay? You guys remember NFP had terrible numbers. Their forecast was 75,000. They set the bar so low to beat 75,000, and the actual numbers that came in were 22,000. So it was a really, really terrible NFP on Friday. Gold is about to break the resistance. Yeah. Let's see. Volume closing above, because this could just be another impulse move and get rejected. So if the volume closes above this red zone, we can momentarily flip it green. And then see if it builds off of that. I don't want to take a trade 5 minutes prior to COMEX because then the volatility comes in. So I'll wait for COMEX, but I'll continue doing my charting. See, it closed above. So I go red to green. Let's see if it can build some support now to continue to come up and test this high wick right here where the red line is. 50% of this big bearish candle where gold sold off from the all-time high and the highest point of the day right there, okay? So right now you see how it opened bearish, ignited, coming back down. Now it's testing this green zone. See if it will catch a wick and come back up, or this could come back down inside here, close below here, and then that looks like a false breakout, a fake out. And then maybe COMEX could continue selling off with this momentum, okay? John, you never trade news? That's good. A good plan. Yeah, it's not advisable to be trading news. It's best to let the news pass, watch how the market reacts, and trade after. Okay, it's good practice, good discipline. A lot of traders like to gamble on news because of the volatility, but to me, you are gambling at that point unless you have some historical data to back up why you're buying or selling going into news. Okay, so you see that big bearish ignited candle. Okay, so you see how you can read these candles. Okay, so that was a bullish candle, came up and closed. They opened this bearish ignited. So when it came down, did we catch a wick there? Did we catch a wick in the green box? No. So it's a very big bearish candle coming down, closing in 2.5 minutes. So you can see how they faked out those buyers up there. So that's why it's always good to, guys, to wait. Not necessarily good idea to just trade on impulse. Especially right prior to an exchange opening up. Okay, and then when we look at the volume, we're just right back in this consolidated phase in here. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of this green zone. I'm going to play my bigger zones now because the volatility is going to start to increase. So we're going to play this bigger red box. This green zone down in here, that's where we got that quick little short sell. It was short-lived, but the market could come all the way back down and really dump. Okay, so let's keep an eye on this. 2 more minutes to go, and we're walking into COMEX exchange. I'll do a blog also on explaining what is COMEX, okay, because we get asked 10 times every session, what is COMEX? We'll do a blog explaining exactly what it is, what time it opens up, what time it closes, why it's important for gold traders. So we'll do a blog on that. Okay, guys? Subscribe to our blogs over here. If you come to our website, stocksnipertrading.com, go to more, click on blogs, and there's a lot of blogs. Get your feet wet. What are feeler trades? We did one on bricks. This is the members only forecast. Why it's not the best idea. Take a day off when U.S. banks are closed. Ignited candle right there, talking about those. Thursday's unemployment claims. Learning about earnings. The importance of staying emotionally detached in trading. What are dividends? Jackson Hole Symposium we had. All of these things. Lots of things to learn in the markets. So you can get comfortable with this stuff on a daily basis. So you can learn also the lingo when traders are talking. So when we're talking about COMEX market is opening in the next 39 seconds, you guys know exactly what it is. It's basically like Wall Street for commodities, for precious metals. Silver, gold. So you're going to get a lot of volume coming in. Okay, so technically it's still bearish. It came up there. That was a bullish candle. That's a lower high from that wick, lower high. We're still below that. We're still below today's low. So it is technically got dropped. Lower high, lower high, lower high. Like even if you were to draw a trend line, we're still technically coming down. But there is buyers. The volume is still consolidating inside here. So it could go either way. It could continue to go to the upside, test today's high, all-time high, or sellers could reject it back down. Now you see where that candle closed? Look at the next candle. Here's COMEX opening bullish ignited. Look at the open. It opened bullish ignited, coming all the way back up, got rejected, and big rejection. So this candle could turn into a shooting star and just start dropping, filling that wick and going down. If you want to take that trade, you can right away. Otherwise, let's wait for maybe the first 5 minutes of COMEX to close. Again, we don't have news coming in at 8:30. Normally we have some 8:30 high impact US news. We don't have anything today. So we can just follow the way how the market is trading with COMEX. Okay, so you see how that opened very bullish, 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 got rejected again at that red line. The red line is there for a reason. Rejected. It's a shooting star candle coming all the way back down. Now it's trading back into that green zone. So what we got to do is, again, watch. Will it catch a wick in here and come back up? Or will it physically close below there? And then again, we're going to flip it red. And we can continue maybe selling with gold. Because we've already hit a lower low there. Came back up, got a new lower low on that sell we had, and then it came all the way back up, and now they're pushing it all the way right back down. Okay, so we can either wait to see if the sellers can confirm us a closure below the green box, or you can just enter on an impulse if you like. That's up to you. I wouldn't recommend that. I would recommend waiting for the full 5-minute bar to physically close and show us exactly where it will close. Will we miss out on a possible impulse move? Yes, but also if you take impulse trades, how many times will they come back and hit your stop loss or take you out? So regardless, I don't think it's a debate. I think it's best practice to wait for a body candle to close. If you have intuition and you want to trade it, that's fine. But for other traders, I'm just giving my experience. It's best to wait for a body to close. You get more context. You see how it opened, how high it went, how low it went, how it closed. Did it close right near the low? You know, who had momentum? Remember that spin top candle when it was bearish, 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 then the buyers brought it right back up the last second? Like you get to really feel that, see that. Parent, do I ever trade on 1 minute? Yes, I personally trade on 1 minute. Yeah, it's hard to do live trading with the 1 minute. I don't mind it, but I talk very, very fast. A lot of people don't understand what I'm doing because I could be in a trade for 1 or 2 minutes or like 45 seconds. I grab 20 pips and I'm out. And a lot of traders are left scratching their head saying, you know, like, don't understand what I'm doing. So it's very, very hard to educate. 5 minutes is fast, you know, so I can do it, but I need everyone to be on the same page with me, because otherwise it gets difficult to educate on it. You got to have the mindset of a 1 minute scalper. That's all we're doing. We're literally scalping single bar candles. Okay, so this is a big bearish candle coming down. Are we going to close below this green zone? Now we got 60 seconds to go. And then we have 5 more minutes, and then it's going into 8:30. But one thing is, we do not have any 8:30 news. Okay, so you see it came all the way through that green zone, but look, the buyers are right there rejecting the move back up. Where will this body close? In the green zone, above the green zone, below the green zone? We will determine this in 22 seconds. It's right at that psychological level, 3,650. Okay, so look at the sellers bringing it right back down. So it's still in the green zone. It just opened bullish, ignited, came back up. Where's 50% of this bearish candle? If you're looking for it, how? Quickly, if you can't determine it just by pinpointing where's 50%, there's 0.5. So if it retraces back in there, my point of control of that candle is right there, bearish, okay? We are trading in a higher time frame green zone right now. But again, it could possibly break and continue to drop, okay? So again, look at how strong the open was, coming back up, similar to our other trade. If it loses its ignited open, it could push down. There it is, a shooting star, okay? So it broke on me, so now it's coming right back up. Now, when it comes back up, you can go down with it, okay? It took out the low. I didn't enter, I should have, okay? But now it's coming right back up, so maybe I get my other opportunity, okay? Right there, it's coming. And then now I'm going to go in, okay? So I missed my first opportunity. It gave me a second opportunity. Now I'm in the trade. I'm in a sell Okay, so now I'm just determining where to place my stop loss. I can be right above the point of control of that base of that candle, or I can kind of be at the opening price. I'm going to keep it right there at the opening price. If I really want to give it room to breathe, I could go all the way above this red line. If I do that, if I give it more risk, I'm looking for a bigger reward. Okay, so my target on this is to take out those lows, get it back down to that yellow line, and maybe with the pressure pushing down, we could break that yellow line and maybe get it a little further down. Again, I look at structure to the left of me. I kind of look right there. There's a body, a body, a wick, a wick, a body, a body, a body. So maybe I want to determine if it gets down there, what type of reaction there is down there. Okay, so I'm in that cell, continue to push down. I got my stop loss above the body right up there, and I'm looking to take out those bodies, points of interest right there. Okay, so right now it's running in profit. To that red line is, I know it's not much for everybody, it's only 10, 12 pips, but let's look if we can fill to break that last low and get down to the yellow line. That would be about 25 to 30 pips down in there, okay? But first thing, let's take it candle by candle. We just push down, it's coming right back up, right at that red line, okay? So the buyers are still strong in there, they're still there. So we got to get bearish closing volume below here in order to continue to push down, okay? I would also like bearish closing volume below here so that I can flip this big green zone red again, and then more offers will pile in, okay? So we have 2 minutes left on this. So as it came up, those sellers offered and continue to push it down. But see how strong it is down there. Holy shit, okay? So we're getting a lot of volatility. As it comes down, buyers are bringing it up. Sellers are bringing it back down. Buyers are bringing it back up, okay? So this candle could flip bullish, but that's why, you know, we still haven't tested this point of control up here. And then my stop loss is above that body, just in case this turns back up bullish. I don't want to give it any additional risk because it could be driving right through here, targeting today's daily high and an all-time high, and I still don't want to be inside this trade. So that's my maximum risk on this trade. So I got to now wait for it to close. 90 seconds to go, okay? And guys, that was a quick move. You know, I wasn't looking for 10 pips, right? Looking for a move to come down to at least the yellow line and break. So unfortunately, you know, there is buyers there. It is coming back up. We're still trading in the green zone. We haven't traded into the point of control of that bearish candle. Okay, so that's where it could come all the way up there, maybe catch a wick and go back down. I'm hoping that's not the situation. I hope it's a lower high and can push down, continuing it down in here, but volume closing below there, okay? So 60 more seconds to go. I'm still in the trade. It's in just a little bit of drawdown right now. I've got to continue to watch where and how it closes. Who will close this? The sellers strong? Buyers? Will it close right where it virtually opened as a spin top? Okay, see, every time we come to that opening price, sellers keep pushing it down. Comes back up to that opening price, sellers keep pushing it down. But can we get that closing volume below here? Because if we close back in that green box, again, a candle can open blue and come back up. Okay, 10 more seconds to go into the close. Okay, so you see how the candle just flipped blue initially and then right back black. Okay, here's the close. So close again, right at the green zone. We opened ignited, pushing down. I can't convert my zone green to red yet because no volume did close below it yet. I got a beautiful ignited bearish candle that opened, that again testing that low point, red line. Let's see what this ignited open, if it can continue to push down and take out 1 or 2 of these wicks and get down to that yellow line. Then that's where 25, 30 pips in profit. If it gets down to that yellow line, I can start taking my stop loss and reducing it and reducing my risk and ultimately, you know, scaling out some profit down there too, okay? So we have that bearish ignited open, strong selling open, pushing down, okay? But I still don't have a black bearish bar closing below this green box yet. Will this be the one? There's still 4 minutes left on this candle, okay? So that was just the initial 1 minute open, was a nice clean drop. But we're going against buyers, so it's not easy to break this down. If we can get this candle closing below this red line, we could build support into resistance for that continuation push. So you see again, wow, holy shit. So strong, this red line, 3647, 3648 area, very, very strong buying support here. So they flipped the candle back up. We lost our bearish ignited open. It came up and then they pushed it back down. So we've got a pin bar with a lower high. It sucks that we lost our ignited open because that was a strong opening price, but there's still sellers are there with that lower high, okay? So now they're continuing to push it back down. And it's 8:32, so we have a new 30-minute candle opening too. That's what could be causing this type of volatility, is this new 30-minute candle. There's no news right now in the markets, so I want to continue to see if the sellers can close it below here so that we can get that nice one leg push down, maybe target yellow, red, and then the 200 EMA down there. But man, it would be so nice if we can get a bearish bar closing below here. It's tough. Big battle between the buyers and sellers. You guys can see it. Okay, so we came back again to the opening price. Buyers are strong. Will they come back to the highest wick, highest point of the candle, or sellers bring it back down? Look at where the fight is right here. This 3650 psychological level, 3649 level. Big battle here between the buyers and sellers. Who's going to win this? Someone's going to win. It's going to be either the buyers or sellers. I'm hoping, I'm betting it's on the sellers. But the closing candle will determine it. My bias means nothing until a candle bar closes, right? Man, what a battle down in here. Okay, good push. Sellers are still there, pushing it down. Remember, they're offering to all of these buyers. Every time it comes up, there's offers. Every time it goes down, it goes back up, there's offers. And offers, more offers, creates supply in the market, counterbalancing that demand. But every time it comes down to this red line, holy shit, there's like a big block of buyers right there that keep pushing this thing right back up. Now we're going into the closing 1 minute. Who will close this? Man, this is like the Baltimore-Buffalo game on Sunday night. It was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So if these sellers close with statement down at the low, below this red line, maybe we'll get an ignited bar continuing to push down on a higher time frame. Let's watch this. Holy shit, okay? Good sellers. Wow. Okay, there they are. They're strong. Redistribute. Let's take out this low. Yellow line is a point of interest, but the closing, man, if we can close with volume below this red line right there, that body, we could build this from support to resistance going forward to continue to push us down. This is crazy. Wow. Here's the shot clock, 24 seconds. Let's go, sellers. Close this strong. Okay, and if we close below here, we have a black bar closing maybe below here. We'll flip this green to red. Okay. Here's 7 seconds to go. 5, 3. Oh my goodness. Big spike. Okay. But we did close below, green to red. We have another ignited bar that just opened that dropped. And now it's pulling back up. Okay. So we now have a red zone above us currently for the present time. Do we need to... So now it's retesting red zone, right? So I can figure out where's 50% of that red zone, right around there, okay? Right there, 3,649 and 77 cents. If it comes back up there, maybe lower high, maybe now we create a bear flag down in here to continue to drop down. But we got buyers now bringing it right back up. So every time we go down, there's buyers, right? Because we're going against the trend currently. We're trying to sell against an uptrend. It's not easy. It's not easy to counter trade. Every time we push down, there's new buyers that want to step back in. So you know, if we can start to break down to that yellow line, that's why it's important to start reducing risk. I haven't taken any profit out. I haven't reduced my risk. I'm still in this trade. It's active. Continuing to monitor it. It can go both ways, but we do have closing volume below here. Okay, so we got a lower high, lower high, lower high, pushing back down. Okay, so let's see if we can fill either one of these wicks, this wick, this wick, this wick, and we're on our way to this yellow line. But more importantly, if the sellers can close it below this red line, I can't stress how important that is. If we can close it below here, we can momentarily make this 3,648 line resistance going forward and continue to push down. Okay, we've got our 9 EMA now at 50% of our red block. We are pushing back down. Good move, guys. Let's see if we can continue. Come on. We need sellers to bid down at this location at 36.46, at 36.45. We need sellers to continue to bid down in here. Man, what a battle over here. Oh, shit. Okay, so the candle flipped, hammer. Okay, so now we got to watch our previous wick highs. Okay, because it is a strong hammer candle, but if it doesn't take out any of these highs, you know, it could just technically be another lower high. The sellers could push it back down. Now we're at the halfway point of the candle. Okay, so it's like halftime of a football game. We're at halftime. Okay, so the first 2.5 minutes have expired. Now we're down to the last 2.5 minutes. So who will win the second half of this candle bar? Sellers are present. That's a lower high wick. Volume. They're bidding down, back down near the lowest point. Okay, so they absorbed those buyers, and now we got to diverge and move away from them. Squeeze those buyers. Okay, it will be a nice squeeze if we can close below points of interest. Okay, again, that target of that yellow line is approximately 25 to 30 pips, about 28 exact from that location, but that is a target point of interest down there. It's a daily point of interest. Yep, it rejected off that 9 EMA. There's the 9 EMA, the green line. Okay, now we're pushing back down. There we go. Okay, so nice lower low push. Perfect. Okay, that is a point of interest, guys. You know, some traders take profit out there or start reducing risk right at that yellow line. Okay, I mentioned that. That's a critical line. That red one below us is right over here. This is on the 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to break even on this trade now, and I'm going to take out 80% at that yellow line. Okay, so I'm taking out 80% right there at a break even. Again, 30 pips, 80% out, break even on the remaining 20%. Okay. We got some pancakes today. Okay. Please, guys, manage the trade. Another W in the chat. That's 2 W's. And perfect, guys. So you see how the blocks held up? You know, it got scary with those bullish candles, those hammers coming back up, but you got to rely on your zones, okay? Now let's continue to watch this. Like, where is this volume going to close? Where is it going to close? Are we going to close below that yellow line, below this red line? We're continuing. Remember, I got 20% invested. Right there to the red line is about almost 40 pips. If it gets down to that 200 EMA, that purple line, you could use that as a support line. Okay, there was the close, right at the red line, open, bullish, ignited, rejected at the daily yellow line. If they just flip this candle, we're dropping, it could break that and drop down to that EMA, the 200 EMA. So you see the first retest was the yellow line, bar by bar, right there. It turned from support to resistance. Now we got a shooting star candle pushing down, okay? That's 40 pips right there. And if it gets down to that, it could be about 50 pips, okay? So please, guys, learn how to at least bring your stop loss to break even and learn how to scale out some money out of the markets or continue to have a trailing stop loss. Here we go. This is about 45 to 50 pips, okay? Perfect. I'm going to close my entire trade out there. I'm happy with this, okay? This is how I trade. I'm good right there. Perfect. I'm closing the remaining 20% out. I've already hit my daily goal on these 2 trades. You know, I'm a very humble trader. That's perfect, guys. Wow. Not bad. Hit the W's, 650 viewers. Amazing, guys. This is live trading, live education, live analysis. Okay, this is not back testing. This is not, this happened last week and I'm showing you what we should be doing. This is all live. Okay, these are fresh pancakes. These are made fresh. That maple syrup is Canadian maple syrup. Okay, this shit's expensive. There's going to be tariff wars on this Canadian maple syrup. Okay, guys, and that's why I'm disciplined. Okay, to the 200 EMA is a target. Some of you guys use these EMAs. Why do you guys have these on your charts? For just to make your charts look fancy, or do you guys actually follow these EMAs? See how we dropped right down to that 200 EMA. We broke a daily point of interest, broke that 5-minute point, and right there. So that's why I told you guys I'm closing my entire trade. I don't care what happens now after the fact. Okay, that's how I trade. That's it. I don't get emotionally attached and married to trades. I get my money and I get out, because a million times it's came down there and come all the way back up to my entry, and then I'm left scratching my head. Why didn't I take out any money? Believe me, I used to do that every single day when I first started trading. I added up how much money I left on the table, where I could have just clicked a button down there and took some money out. Okay, so that helps eliminate the greed. Obviously, when I'm in a sell, I want this to dump. But remember what we said, we're counter trading, and gold still has a strong daily candle. So we got some money, we reduced our risk. Let's pip and dip, right? If it continues to go down, I don't, you know, trade with woulda, shoulda, couldas. I trade to a point of interest and I do my thing, okay? But guys, amazing, okay? So it is almost 8:45. We'll stick with gold for a few more minutes. I'm out of this trade completely, okay? I'm not committed to this trade anymore. So I did what I wanted it to do, basically. But hopefully you learned a little bit about that. Chris, 90 bucks secured, one runner on break even. Perfect. Excellent. Sherry, you secured. Excellent. Good job. Thank you, guys. If we can all hit the like button on YouTube, we do appreciate it. Let's hit the like button. Uncle Ronnie's going to check the likes. Hopefully I like what I see here. Okay, we broke down 2 nice live trades. We're killing it the last couple of weeks, guys. I don't want to jinx it, but we're doing really well. We have 394 likes. Let's get it up to 500 today, guys. Thank you. Hit the likes. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We do appreciate it. Look at how bullish our YouTube channel is getting. We're making higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. You don't want to see this dump and we lose support. Oh man, then I don't know if I'll be here. No, I'm just joking. But we appreciate the support. Okay, guys. Are we okay now on gold? Like if we start to now move a little bit over to indices, or should we just continue to watch for another 5 minutes? Let's watch. Let's watch where this bar will close. So you see, I still want to explain this to you guys. Just because I'm out doesn't mean I can't explain it. You see that red line? The body, and now it turned to resistance. Okay, remember the only thing that's variable is the volume. These are all static lines. Okay, the only thing that determines whether there's support or resistance is whether the volume closes above or below it. So you see that big candle, bullish, bullish, bullish. Again, traded relative to that red line, got rejected, back down. So now we got to watch the closing volume. Will the volume close below that yellow line, above that yellow line? So it did just close above it. So the yellow line is momentarily daily support. So we might see now one leg come back up, but it could come back up. There's the 9 EMA, there's our red zones, maybe a lower high, and it could technically continue to push down. Take note, Marvel, do we trade every single day? Yes, we do. Every single day, Monday to Friday. Join us, subscribe to the channel. Live trading, live education, live entertainment, karaoke, nice hair, everything. We got it going on here at SST. Fridays are karaoke days. You don't want to miss out on Fridays. Oh, Chris, I need to, you can tell I don't use my EMAs too much. I need to update them. I appreciate you letting me know. But yeah, I'll update these. I don't use EMAs too much in my trading, I'll be honest. I put them on for you guys. I trade price action, zones, points of interest. If I do use indicators, I use them to complement my own bias, but I don't, technically trade off indicators. Okay, so look, it came back up, consolidating, and continue to push down. If you guys are still pushing down, if you guys are still in the trade, look, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, and lower low. So this could continue to push down. Next target would be this yellow line down in here, 3,640, if you guys are still holding runners, okay? Okay, and there's the update on the gold. Okay, remember, gold looking for sells below 3652 right there. So looking for 3640 could be another target. But right now it's running for approximately 80 pips. So we kind of broke that down live for you guys, okay? So this is how you can use SST's signals, trade alerts, to complement, help as another indicator with your own trading, okay? You don't need to trade off of these blind, but maybe if you're looking for like a sell bias and then we're looking for one as well, maybe it might give you the confidence to take the trade with proper risk management, right? Okay, guys. So thank you guys so much. Like, we appreciate everyone. Zoom, guys. I hope you guys are learning on a daily basis with all of us at SST. We know, guys. I know Dave knows personally. We get messages every day from you guys. A lot of you guys are shy, but you guys message us and we have direct conversations. Some traders in our group, believe it or not, have changed their lives in the last few years. And it's so nice to hear, guys, because this is why we do this. We don't do this, to show that we are good traders. We don't care about that. Like, I'm not here to improve what type of trader I am. I'm here to change people's lives, okay? Financially, hopefully for the better, teaching proper risk management, teaching you how to be patient and disciplined, teaching you also with what to do with profits, how to put them in passive income securities and grow over time. It's a slow process. You're not going to get rich overnight, but look in the next 5, 10, 15 years down the road. Some of you guys might be in your 20s. You're a lot younger than a lot of us here. You guys are our future. So we want to show you guys the right way how to do this, and to teach what hopefully we learned when we were younger, but we had to figure out the hard way. So we don't want you guys to endure what we went through, okay? Believe me, you don't want to. I struggled. I lost a shit ton of money. I wanted to quit trading years ago, but I never gave up. So kind of want to give hope to everyone that if you're struggling, we got to correct it. You gotta be honest with yourself too. Why are you struggling? Are you over leveraged? Are you gambling? Are you not being disciplined with your trading? Can you recognize good trading volume from shitty trading volume? All of these things. Do you have daily goals? Are you respecting your daily goals? Even when you have daily losses, are you respecting that and getting out of the markets and stop trading and reviewing? This is how you guys learn. Okay, we're here every day to keep reminding you guys, but a lot of trading is not easy. Believe me, it's not. Like that. These 2 trades that I took could have easily reversed on me and hit my stop loss, and then I'm down 2 strikes already. Then I have one more trade for Wall Street. If I get taken out of Wall Street, that's it. My day is over. I hit 3 strikes. I got to go back and review. What did I do wrong? And learn from it so that I can improve for the next day. Okay, all of us got to do this. Okay, trading is not easy. It's not easy. It's very difficult. And for traders that say that it is easy, they're full of shit. They're lying to you. They are full of shit. Some days I sit in this chair for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours and I haven't made any money. It's just part of trading. You guys got to understand. Some days are going to be like that. Okay. Okay, I don't want to spend all day on gold, but if you're watching it, if you got continuing having runners, lower high, we're getting bear volume closing below that daily position. You see now how the bars are flagging right there. You can trap the volume right there. They're barcoding. When I say it's very easy and obvious to see how the volume is accumulating, it's right there, bullish, bearish, back bullish. So it's going black, blue, black, blue. This could be like a double top with these four bodies where it came down, or sorry, double bottom, where it came down, back up, came down, now it's going back up. That's technically a 4-bar double bottom on 4 candles. So it could continue to come up, maybe test this red line. There's the 90 EMA getting down there, maybe come back and retest the original zone up there. It could be a lower high and then push back down, close, and then continue dropping down. But right now the buyers are stepping in at this daily point of interest right here around this yellow line. Okay, so things go down and they can reverse right back up. That's why it's good to take some money out of the market while you're trading. Okay, get in the habit of doing that. That's how you can compound and grow your account. I know we want more, and we want more, but just get in the habit of securing. You don't have to do what I do. I do 80-20. I take out 80% and then I leave 20% runner. There's other traders that do 50-50. You can take out 50%, leave 50% running. There's other traders that initially take 25% and then leave 75% running. Okay, I take more bigger position at begin because I'm a scalper. So if I get the move within the first couple minutes and it drops, I want to take the bulk of the trade because it could reverse on me real quick, right? There's other traders. You figure out what's best for you. Work with it. See what's better. Today, try an 80-20. Tomorrow, try a 50-50. And you'll figure out what works for you, your style of trading, and what you feel comfortable, okay? But you see how it came right back up to that red line, 90 EMA, and there's a little bit of a rejection. So if we get that volume back down in here, it could be like a bear flag and continue pushing down, okay? So I think we've done enough with gold today. If you're going to continue to watch it, please monitor it. We're going to move now to do US indices now because we're getting close to 9 a.m. in the next 7-8 minutes. We've already done NASDAQ over here. So see guys, NASDAQ, it came right to the white line again. Right back to the white line and got rejected and pushing right back down. Now it could be closing below and push down, okay? I'm going to let this thing simmer a little bit and I'll come and revisit this as we get closer to Wall Street because right now I see some barcoding. I don't like to engage in any of this trading in between this white line and yellow line. It's too choppy, okay? All we can do is recognize where we do have some structure already built. So we can see when it came down there, it already made some support right there. Maybe we will revisit this area during Wall Street. But we also know where we've got a red resistance right at this hourly white line, okay? So you can kind of, you know, capture everything in there and make your red zones, green zones right now, okay? We can see what the volume is doing. It's not like it's a secret right now. So you can see how it came down, came back up, rejected, came in there, back down. Broke, dropped all the way down there, pivot point, stopped right there, came all the way back up, retested this, we drove back up. That was a bullish move. But you can see that there's a wall there. They're not allowing it to break. It's coming back down. Maybe we'll build back up for NASDAQ and come through here, or NASDAQ might be, Wall Street might be a selling day today and continue push back down in here, okay? So that is NASDAQ. We already did our analysis on this, but let's do US 30 right now, okay? So I'm just going to start fresh. This is how US 30 is trading on the 5 minutes, okay? So just, guys, a reminder, prior to getting started on US 30 Dow Jones, if you guys can leave us a like, subscribe to the channel. Again, if you haven't already, please, thank you guys. We're going to go on a new security now. So I need you guys focused on, we're going to do a top-down analysis now on US 30, Dow Jones, okay? So let's get started on the daily, right? Okay, so let's go on a higher time frame. Let's figure out what's going on, okay? So zones, just some obvious zones that we can see right over here. When the market came up, this was a previous all-time high back in December of 2024. If we extend that zone into the future, you can see when it came a couple months later, back in early February of 2025, it didn't break out of here. That is a double top. One top, two tops. There's the leg that dropped down. Okay, the same zone, stretch it into the future, into the future. Look, we revisited this back in early July of this year, and what were the results? Back down. Okay, but it's making like higher lows, so it's not really breaking down. But this zone is still maintaining offers. It came back in here again. End of July, early August, back down. Revisited in here, a couple impulse breaks in mid-August, and We finally had a breakout candle that closed with volume. It's right here. This blue candle on Friday, August 22. This was day 2 of the Jackson Hole Symposium when Powell hinted that there could be interest rate cuts in the near future. He was very dovish on his speech. Okay, so the market took that and rallied with it to all-time highs. So right there with that bullish candle, now with that same zone, make it green. Same thing we do on those 5 minutes. Now we're doing it on the daily. So you see now how it came in there on the daily. Look at the rejection wick, came back up. Came in there again in that green zone, back up. Now we're kind of barcoding on the daily. It's moving bearish, coming back up bullish. Going down bearish, coming back up bullish. So, we're not really moving on the daily right now. We're consolidating. It could continue to consolidate and continue to move to all-time highs, or it could start to come back, fall back down into this green zone. Okay, so notice what I do. Stretch it into the future. It might come back in today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. I don't know, but I still want to be ready if it does come in there. The way how to be ready is maybe place an alert right exactly at halfway, 50%, okay? Yellow line for a daily point of interest. Right click, alert, yes, create, there we go. So I've got an alert on my chart. If NASDAQ ever comes back and trades in that, I will get alerted. I'll get a mobile notification. I'll get a email. If I'm at my trade station here, I'll hear my computer make a noise. I can take my laptop outside, go in the backyard. I will get alerted. And when I get alerted, that doesn't mean I just come and trade blind. I watch and see, maybe it builds off of this, and then I buy out of it. However, when it gets alerted, it could slice right through this, and the market could be changing momentum. And sellers are in control, and maybe close below there, then I switch the box red, and again, like on that 5-minute move on gold, we could be selling, right? So that is just to give me a notification that it's coming in a zone of higher demand, and I got to watch what happens in there, okay? So that is below us right now. Now what we got to do is figure out what's going on since Powell's speech in the last 2-3 weeks of trading. Do we have a body and a body point of interest? Yes, we do. Where? Right there. Where did when I say Powell's candle, Powell's day, the Jackson Hole Symposium, it closed right there, then we see it open. Then I just see an impulse, impulse. I do not see any blue bullish volume closing above that line. We're getting close to it, but I don't see any physical buyers closing above there, okay? Do we have an all-time high? Yes, we do, right here. Is it tweezer top all-time highs? Right there, came up, 45,764. Look at the next day right here. Next Friday, September 5th, it came in there, equal highs at the all-time high. So now what I do is a zone. From those wicks, wick, and the bodies, the yellow line, now I make my all-time high supply red zone. From the orange to the yellow line, I make a red box. So it's showing me when it came in here, sellers pushed it down. It came in here again. Sellers pushed it down. It came in here again. Sellers pushed it down. Came in here again. Sellers pushed it down. We could be technically coming in here again today, tomorrow, or it could be a lower high and we're ready to continue to move down, okay? Until the buyers can physically close above here, then we flip that zone green, could be coming support, and we could be going to 46,000 and a new all-time high on NASDAQ. Is this could happen? Absolutely. If Powell next week at FOMC announces 50 basis point rate cut, that's huge. The market could possibly rally to new all-time highs, okay? Or even a 0.25% cut. We haven't heard the word interest rate cut in a long time. That could be what it needs to spark the next rally to continue to break through here. However, it could be already baked into the price. They could announce like that rate cut. It could rally for a little bit and then the sell-off could happen, okay? So that's what we got to follow next week to see if maybe it's already been baked into the price. And then after the, buy the rumor, sell the news event, then after Powell maybe says rate cut, then the market will start to sell off probably the next day, okay? Okay, but we got to follow the volume, okay? That's just a bias. You know, when people ask me, Ron, what do you think will happen? That's what I think will happen, okay? But I don't know what will happen until the news drops and we watch the bars where they move and how they close, okay? So that is a red zone above us. Stretch it into the future. We've got a green zone. We also have some points of interest in all of these daily candles that are trading in here. Let's go off of Powell's candle right away, okay? I could look right there at body to body. And remember, option one is you go to body, okay? I'm giving you guys now options. You figure out what style you want to learn, okay? There's different styles, right? You can go from a body to a body. Place a yellow line there, okay? And then look at the number. It's right around 45,325, around there. Nice psychological number. However, what you could also do is figure out exactly 50% of that big bullish candle and maybe a point of control. So the way how we do this is grab your Fibonacci tool from the opening of this big bullish candle on August 22nd when Powell was speaking. Bullish, bullish, bullish. Bring it your Fibonacci tool all the way to the closing price right there. And look at where 0.5 is. Okay, see where the body to body is? It's the 382. So that's more the zone, the control zone. If I move now the yellow line off of those bodies and I put it directly right at 0.5, it's right there. Now I can do my point of control, the 382, 618 right there. And you notice how I still get those bodies and I get that wick now. Now my only other thing is to stretch it into the future. Okay, that's it. Once I've acknowledged that, so now I kind of back test. I see it came in, closed right there. Next day was very bearish, but came right in there, closed, a bullish hammer, came back up. Here we came all the way. It broke right through there. This was a bearish day, Tuesday, September 2nd, came bearish, but look at where it held up. 50% of the bigger, deeper demand below us. Remember what we were doing with the fish? The fish finder, there's bigger fish down in here than in here. The deeper you go in the water, the bigger the fish. So it came right back up and look at where it closed. Right again, above that yellow line, 50%. Next day again, it came in there, higher low, look at where it closed. And then we came Thursday, September 4th, big bullish candle, trading right back up to the all-time high. And look, it came right back in here. Green zone is still holding. Yesterday, look at yesterday. We came in here, higher low, and look at where we closed, okay? So we can stretch that into the future. If it's too many zones, right, then what you can do is kind of move this one a little bit backwards, okay? And then just go with what we got so far, okay? And if we start breaking, like if it starts coming down here, then maybe start extending this zone, right, to catch that move, okay? Because this might be confusing to people when there's too many zones like this, but I can leave this one now right behind there where it caught those two wicks, and then now we're still focusing on these two zones, okay? Makes sense? If it comes down there, you can start extending this into the future. But I want you guys to focus more on where we're trading right now, okay, inside here. So we're still above 50% of Powell's candle over here, okay? Now we're consolidating. Bullish volume, bearish volume. Bullish volume. Are we going to come back down bearish today? Or are we just going to come right back up and test these highs, okay? Now let's kind of follow yesterday's volume, okay? Let's put things into perspective. Well, Friday. Okay, let's go Friday. We had a weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Everyone was enjoying their weekend. The markets opened up Monday. They gapped the market open. So see where we closed on Friday? There's the gap up open, but it retraced back down. It pulled back down, pulled back down. They filled that imbalance. Higher low yesterday. We came back up to the opening price, and look at where we closed. We closed right near the high yesterday. See the high wick? And there's the closing price. So can I figure out 50% of yesterday's volume? Really easy. Grab your Fibonacci tool, opening price, closing price, right there. Can I determine where 0.5 is? Right there. Look on your Fibonacci, yellow line. Can I determine a bullish point of control in case we retrace into here today? Right there, okay? Now I've got my bullish point of control from yesterday's volume. I know exactly where 50% is. When I'm done that, I can continue to stretch it a little bit into the future, today and tomorrow, and then now I go off of yesterday. We closed right near the high, okay? So we had a closing and an opening price. Do we have a point of interest? Yes, we do right there. When we initially opened, we popped the wick. Look at short wick, it opened. You light that match, you light that wick, we got the firecracker. There was the bullish move that already happened. Bullish, 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 bullish. Look at our highest point of the day now. We've got a high wick already in the market established. Will it continue to, will it come back up there and break that? Possibly, but 45,620 is our highest point of US 30 today. Is it, like, look how close it is to those bodies. Very close to those bodies, but is it technical lower high? Are we lower than the all-time high? Yes, we are. So that is technically a lower high. And what happened when we got up there? The sellers were there and pushed all of those buyers down, all the way down to the opening price and flipped the candle. Today was a bear shooting star. We already have a low printed so far right there. We have not transacted into yesterday's bullish point of control. They've already placed a higher low. Look at the number. 45,499 and 55 cents. Okay, it doesn't get any more psychological and technical than that. 45,500. Okay, so you see it came down and now we're coming right back up. We still have some bearish volume, so they could continue to come down to lowest point, break, and then we're driving into this yellow line, guys. Place up, do something, take a snapshot or anything. Okay, because if it comes down in there, it could grab a wick and go back up. And if we're selling down into there, we could be selling right into that yellow line. If this breaks and the sellers are strong and they break right through here, it's bearish, 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 bearish. Let's place a line maybe at where the gap to open the week, Monday, or we can go with Friday's close or right in the middle. So 3 options, guys. Here's everyone's options. You pick which option works best for you. You can place a point of interest at the gapped up open to start this week right there. 45,397, 45,400. However, you can also place a point of interest on Friday's close, right there at the close, 45,375. And then for your third option, for those people that are scratching their head and they don't know, Ron, should I place it here or here? How about we just place it right in the middle to make everybody happy right there, 45,385. You pick which option works best for you. Weekly open Monday, the gap up open, Friday's close, or right in the middle so we can eliminate the debate for everybody. I'm going to just place it at the open of this week, the gap up open, because it's representing this week's opening price. Okay, opening balance right there. Okay, so I've got now some levels below me. I've got some levels above me. Now you see how the candle came back up, flipped. We could be moving back up bullish. We've got kind of like a spin top indecision candle on the daily, okay? So it's still kind of consolidating in here, could continue to go back up or it could start to break down. Now we can dissect this candle into 4 hour increments. Look at the 4 hours, consolidating, okay? We can see we had a big bullish push yesterday, 2 p.m. to go into the close of the market. We opened right here. Here was the opening price. We came up, back down. Next body, this is 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Here's London. London opened up 2 a.m. Small pullback, came back up. Now I can see London's 4 hour candle hit the highest point of the day, got rejected. And here's now 6 to 10 a.m., which is going to close in 50 minutes. And we're literally barcoding. Bullish, bearish, bullish. We got our purple highs and lows. We have that block below us, and we've got our red block above us. So we could continue to move up bullish. We could continue to move down bearish. 4 hours are consolidating. Let's go more now, dissect into the hourly. Now we can see there was a double bottom yesterday, 9 a.m. Remember the drop? We were in a sell. Then it came back up after the call. Remember, yellow to yellow, I was trading. I showed you guys in the Discord how to place those yellow lines, and you can literally have alerts. So it came back up, it came back down to that point, double bottom, came back up. Now we've, look, retested 50% of that candle, continuing to drive back up, pulled back, didn't break down, it came up. Now I can see the highest point of the day was 3 a.m. London came back down, we pushed 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., there's 7 a.m., lowest point of the day, we came back up bullish, but it's a lower high, lower high, lower high, and this was a bearish candle that was coming down on the hourly, getting ready to maybe close below the hourly point of interest and the daily low, and look, the buyers came right back in to push it right back up. So is this candle going to flip in Wall Street and go back up? Here I have an hourly point of interest. I've got a body right over here. Okay, so we can place a white line for hourly point of interest right there. This is where I can kind of manipulate it. I can be right there, body, body, but I also see another body, body, and a body, body. Maybe I just lift it a little higher right there. Now I got more higher time frame. I can see that Monday, 6 p.m. market open was resistance. There it is again. It just impulsively broke, closed below there. Here it retested white line, rejected. Retested white line, back down. Impulse, look at where the volume closed, white line. Big break right there. It came up. That was London, broke out, and look at where it closed, back below. Here we impulsively broke the white line, touched it, and we're still below it. So this is our hourly resistance going into Wall Street. Can we get some volume closing above this white line, retesting this? Then maybe we can travel up to that highest point of the day and try to get higher up into this all-time high supply area. Or our seller's going to continue to push this thing down and we're going to sell off in Wall Street, okay? One other critical hourly level is maybe 50% of this hourly bullish body, okay? You could either move this daily yellow line or you can just draw a white line where you think 50% is. I'm going to stay with the bigger zones because we're going to get bigger volume coming in at Wall Street. So I want to watch more of this daily white line and maybe today's daily low. So now what I do is I go into the 5 minutes. This is our 5 minute structure. This is what, scalpers are looking at. Okay, now I can see how we kind of bottomed out there at 130, came back up. I can see now exactly the time was 3:35 during London market open. 35 minutes after London market open, it hit that highest point of the day. Then we dropped. I can see right there the lowest point was 7 a.m. exactly. So see how the market was selling down, and at 7 a.m. they had the hourly switch up, and look how the momentum switched. But see right here, we're not getting any more 5 minute candles closing like above this white line. That was an impulse. That was a fake breakout, and continue to push down. Are we going to come back up, close above here on Wall Street, and maybe try for that highest point of the day? Or are they continuing to take this thing down? We could close with volume below here and maybe drive down to the lowest point of the day. And then that yellow line, 45,465, just keep in mind, it could drop all the way in there and then go right back up. That could be the pullback area. But it could also pull back. This could be resistance, drive back down, and continue push down to that next yellow line right down in there. So this is how I'm positioning myself for trading US 30 for the entire day today. I'll be using, oh shit, I don't want to move that. Sorry guys. So just for trading view, if you guys move something by accident, how I just moved that, this button right here, undo, move drawing, click on that, and then it will put everything back to normal, okay? I know most of you guys know that, but maybe for some of you guys that didn't know that, it's there, okay? Okay, so now let's put our daily bar indicator right beside us. Look at the volume, okay? Remember, we opened, we were initially bearish, then it came back up bullish. Right there, we got rejected out of London, came back down, and we're pretty much right back to the opening balance, right? Okay, so anybody can take over now. Wall Street will be coming in the next 15 minutes. We're back to the opening price. Buyers could step in and bring it up, or sellers could start to really push this thing down, okay? So let's now add our EMAs. I'll have to update these EMAs, guys. They're a little bit outdated. I'll get them updated. But the green is my 9 EMA, and the purple is the 200. So look at how we're barcoding. Bearish, bullish, bearish, not the greatest volume on the 5 minutes. Let's continue to watch and see how Wall Street market opens. So we've got US 30 on the left. We have now NASDAQ on the right side, okay? And gold. Gold, you see guys, how it came right back up. So, this is where you can start to clean up your zones. So it looked like it broke out of there. It retested, came back up. So this red zone now, you can make it green. All of these cut lines, this is where it kind of gets really confusing. You can start to clean up your chart if you don't want all these cut lines. See, again, I screwed up that. Go back, undo, okay? I want to take that red line out. I want to take this red line out. Okay, I'll keep my daily yellow line. Maybe I'll get rid of this red line now. I'll keep that zone, but I'll make that as like a supporting block now. I'll make it green, because that's showing me where those buyers stepped in. So see when the sell came down to that 200 EMA, if you didn't do anything, kind of retraced all the way back up. Now we're right back in this ugly consolidated flag where most of gold's volume has been in here all day today, right in here. I'm just going to make this neutral just so you can see what I'm talking about here. See where it was just consolidating in here, came down, back up, came down, back up, came down. It did break down there, but it came right back in. So we're in this consolidated zone. So gold during Wall Street could go bullish again and just start breaking out of here, or it could come down, okay? I won't be trading gold during Wall Street, okay? We've already 2 of 2 on gold. Hopefully you guys managed your risk on that, took some money out. But we're going to focus our attention now on US30 and NASDAQ, okay? So we're about 15 minutes away from Wall Street market open. Guys, we got 500 viewers. Again, if you can continue to hit the like button, we do appreciate it. If you can subscribe to our channel, we do appreciate that as well. Thank you guys. So we're almost at 84,600. Unbelievable. Our goal today was 500. We've exceeded that. So thank you guys so much. Man, you guys are amazing. Thank you guys. Do appreciate it. So the more you guys subscribe to the channel, the more you guys like it, the more motivated we are to be here every single day with you guys, 3, 4, 5 hours. We want to do some other sessions with you guys. We want to show you guys how Tokyo market moves, the futures market open. We want to show you guys a couple live London sessions. We want to show you guys pre-New Yorks, post-New Yorks, do some education webinars with you guys as well. Okay, so we will be watching right over here, US30 and NASDAQ. Guys, I'm going to go take a quick little 5-minute break. Don't leave me. I'm just going to go grab a drink, go to the washroom, and I will be back. Okay, so guys, just give me just a couple minutes. I will be back in a few minutes. Just going to go to the washroom real quick, grab a drink, and I will be back, okay? So you guys can continue chatting amongst yourselves, and I will be back. I'm leaving the charts on NASDAQ and US30. If you guys want to talk in Zoom and YouTube, maybe on your bias, put like US30 or NASDAQ so we know what security, and say, are you bullish or bearish on your bias? And maybe we'll see majority of people what they're looking at. Okay guys, I will be right back. Thank you. 1 second. Okay, welcome back everyone. Let's get ready for Wall Street in just a few minutes. Hope everyone's good. I hope you guys took a break too. Grab something to drink. Went to the washroom. Okay, so get ready guys. We are about 7 minutes away from Wall Street market open. News-wise, we do not have much news to look at 9:30, 10 a.m. Okay, so could just be a regular Wall Street market open. Just trade careful, trade with proper risk management. If you've already well on your way to your daily goal, I would not recommend pissing it all away just because it's Wall Street. Trade smart. I've taken 2 trades, profitable trades. I'm going to now reduce my risk trading. I don't want to give back my gains. So I want to maybe just allocate a little bit. If I do get stopped out, I still walk away from the markets on a positive. Okay, that's how we can learn and confidence and build our accounts. We don't have much news going on today. Okay. What else we got going on? Okay, guys, and also on our free Telegram channel, it pinned at the top of the YouTube channel, or there's a Nightbot that has it on there. If you guys want to join this. It's free, guys. You know, if you guys want free stuff, there's giveaways. We have that free giveaway that we're doing with the 10 lucky winners from last week. We'll continue to do those. So we're going to go over open, high, low, close with those individuals that won. I've already messaged them and they know the date and time when we're going to do it. So thank you guys. Free Telegram channel. It's pinned there for you guys. Giveaways, promos, all kinds of things. And join us at SST, guys, if you want to join the team, if you want more education. We have an extensive library of education. Everything is here. Courses, boot camps, webinars, lots of stuff, okay? And then we're going to get back into doing live webinars. We're all back to school now. It's September. So we're going to start, probably next week is going to be Wednesday. We're going to go back to our weekly webinars with the entire team on Discord. And we'll get back in it. Maybe you guys give me some ideas of what now you guys want to learn, and that's what we'll go. I'll go with you guys. You guys tell me what you need to polish up on, and I'll have ideas of what we can do. If you guys want, I can take over. However, if you guys have any suggestions, that's what we're here for. Also, free blogs available for everybody on our website. Blogs available. I'll do one later today on PPI, what to expect tomorrow. We'll review it at the start of tomorrow's call so we know what we're getting ourselves into at 8:30. Okay, so you learn and you earn with us at SST. So an appreciation to you guys by subscribing and liking to the channel. This is how we get back to you guys. So thank you guys so much. Wow, look at gold. Holy shit. Okay, so gold is unstoppable. Okay, so yeah, there was a quick little sells, but look at gold. It's still, wow, trading at the all-time high going into Wall Street. Okay, so if you're trading gold, watch for maybe a fake breakout, maybe a sell. Maybe if it closes above, you flip this big red zone green, and this thing is continuing to move. Okay, guys, this thing is unstoppable. Okay, it's melting up. Be careful with this thing. Okay, but we will be focusing on US30 and NASDAQ for market open. Again, I remind everybody, because we had one sniper in our group that made a big mistake last week, made a mental error on the sizing. Instead of using a 0.2, he had a 2.0, took a trade, and it did some bad things to his account, and he suffered from it because then he started revenge trading and kind of didn't recover from it. So he took some time off to reflect on this. So I remind everybody, every time we go into a big market session, whatever it is, or news, I tell you guys, concentrate on the security you are looking at, whether you're looking at NASDAQ or US30 or gold. Pick your security. Number one, do what I'm doing right now. I'm now looking at my spreads. I'm more comfortable trading US30 when market opens. So I'm going to US30 right now, and I'm looking at the lot sizing because my broker has different lot sizing from trading gold. Remember, I was trading gold previous. I can't be trading with the same sizing I was trading with gold because it's completely different trading a US index. So I'm now looking at the spreads and I'm adjusting my sizing right now. I don't want to make any mental mistakes when Wall Street market opens. If I hit the wrong sizing, I could basically make a big mistake and give back all of my gains. And then I'm going to be saying, why did I do that? How can we This is how we fix this. Get in a daily routine of reminding yourself. I've been in the markets for almost 25 years, and I still remind myself every single time I take a trade. Run, look at the spreads, make sure you got the appropriate sizing. All of these things, go through. It's going through the motions, just like a sports player, a basketball player goes through the motions. You know, when you're doing a layup drill, you're going through the layup drill. When you're at the free throw line, you're going through your motions shooting a free throw. Same thing. We do the same thing here. Okay, it doesn't matter how much experience you have. One mental mistake and could ruin your entire week of gains, screw up one of your prop firm challenges, just something stupid like that, which is in our control. This is our control, nobody else. Us, we can control this, okay? So start doing things properly, guys. Treat trading like a business. You know, come in, conduct yourself professionally. You're going to work every single day when you go into the markets. You're clocking in, and let's clock out, right? Do this just like when you go to work every day. Sometimes we get a little silly here. We tend to get silly at work, you know, but it's all fun and games. But as soon as 9:30 hits, it's serious focus time, okay? So we're 90 seconds away from market open. Good luck to everybody. I'm going to wait for the first 5-minute candle to trade. So regardless what happens, it could be a big bullish candle breaking out of here. It could be a big bearish candle. Again, I'm telling you guys ahead of time. I'm going to wait for the full 5 minutes to see how high it goes, how low it goes. Did it take out the daily low? Did it take out daily high? Is it consolidating? Is it a spin top? Can I figure out where the point of control is? And maybe look into the next candle, okay? And I know I might miss out on a move right at market open. Normally the first 10 seconds there's a massive move, but you can either go to the 1 minutes if you want and scalp that. Otherwise, have some rules. Some traders wait for the first 5 minutes. Some traders the first 15. Other traders wait for the first 30 minutes and then going into 10 a.m. before even looking to take a trade. Okay, and this is where you also have to adjust your risk accordingly, because there's going to be more volume in these candles. There's going to be more volatility, so things are going to start to move. So this is where you maybe have to start to adjust your risk management. Okay, so let's have a great session, guys. Thank you guys for all the likes and the subscribes on today's call. We do appreciate it. NASDAQ is holding up still here, breaking back up. Okay, we do have an hourly resistance that we haven't broke above today. We're approaching that daily point of interest right in here, and we got good support. US 30 is kind of just barcoding bearish, bullish, bearish, coming back up bullish, bearish. So I want to see, are they going to take out today's low of the day and then there's a nice big green block below us, or are they going to come back up and take out this hourly point of interest close to the highest point of day? Here we go. Okay, here's the market open, bearish. Let's see quickly if they take out the lowest point of the day. Okay, NASDAQ is bullish ignited, testing that block right there. Got initially rejected. It could refuel itself and break out of here. If it does, you know, here's your point of interest on those 5-minute candles right behind us. 23,845 on NASDAQ. Rejected, okay? Again, at that red block, that hourly resistance, okay? We had US 30 break the lowest point of the day, coming back up. Will it close above this yellow line? Can we maybe invert this? Maybe can we catch a pullback and drive with this back up, okay? So we noticed that it took out the lowest point of the day. That was in the first 30 seconds, right? Markets move fast. But look how quickly they get rejected back down, okay? Look at NASDAQ. It was bullish ignited, came all the way back to that red zone, white line, tapped it, kissed it perfectly, and look at the big heavy rejection, shooting star candle. So had you bought that, if you didn't do something in the first 30 seconds, you know, like you could possibly be in drawdown right now and, you know, like kind of panicking when we're waiting for this full 5-minute candle to close. Why put yourself through this stress right now? No need to. Have I sold it? No. Are you not listening to what I'm saying? I told you guys, pay attention. Holy shit. I said for the first 5 minutes, I'm not taking a trade. Why are you asking me, have I sold it? You will verbally hear me say, guys, I'm selling. It's not that complicated. You got to listen. You got to pay attention. So what I mean, guys, it's very difficult to teach live. Very difficult. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. And there are some traders that just do not pay attention. Okay, so we have indecision. We opened, it was initially that bullish, came all the way back down bearish, and look at where the volume is. We're right back almost to the opening position, right at that daily point of interest. Same with US 30. We took out the lowest point of the day, came back up, came right here. So it's not a great open. Just continue to be patient. Let's wait for this candle to close. 2.5 more minutes. I know some of you guys got ants in your pants and ready to go. This is where get your feet wet. Slowly, smaller trade. See if everything kind of goes with your bias. Now look at it. How many times has it tested this location? 2 or 3 times. Came back up, pushed back down. Coming back up. Will we get a body closing above here? Okay. This could be a massive double bottom with the liquidity grab, but we're not getting the closing above there. Wow. So you see how strong this 23,828 area is. This location all day today. The buyers have been struggling to break and close above this. Sellers are holding it down currently. Okay, now we're going into 90 seconds into the close. Look at US 30's daily candle. Okay, it's a lot of indecision. We're right back to that opening balance. That's what it's fighting. The buyers and sellers are fighting that opening price. Maybe we might have to wait an additional 5-minute candle. Gold is breaking out, guys. Gold closed above that red zone and go green to red and pushing out. I read the news right over here. Maybe gold is pushing. Did you guys see right over here? Axios, a reporter on X citing senior Israeli official. The explosion in Doha is an assassination operation against senior Hamas officials. Israeli army radio, Israel tried to attack Hamas officials in Qatar. That's happening in the news right now. Look at all the breaking news. So that's could cause why gold is continuing going up. When there's war, when there's all of this shit. Wow. Trump gave the green light for an attack on Hamas leadership in Qatar. Oh, man. Wow. Crazy, crazy world we're living in. And that's why gold is continuing all-time highs. Don't be selling against that when you got this type of news in the markets. That's what gold, goes off of. Okay, so we see NASDAQ is moving. Yeah, it's a nice little scalp zone, but I'm waiting to see more what will happen above this red zone or maybe this green zone, okay? So I don't kind of want to trade inside here. It's too much going on. I want to look at the bigger levels. Same with US 30. I'd like to see what will happen above this white line. I can see that they took out the low, okay, but I want to see, can they close it strong above here? Or is it going to continue to get rejected? I don't like this volume. I'm being honest, guys. You guys know me. I love scalping, but this is not the time to be scalping this shit, okay? We got to be patient. I know it sucks for a live YouTube call, but guys, look, it's just moving up, back down. Moving up, back down. NASDAQ came right back up here, moving back down. I'm telling you guys my honest opinion, guys. When you guys ask me, Ron, be real, I'm as real as I can. I'm showing you guys. This is some pretty shitty volume. So you got to stay patient. You got to stay patient. We got to continue to observe. We see how many times the buyers have tried. Can they close above here? Can the sellers continue to push this thing down and not allow it to break above here? We've got US 30 rejected multiple times. I don't see any blue volume closing above that yellow line as of yet. So even if I take a buy, I could take a buy and it gets rejected. I don't have confirmation. Okay, so let's just be patient, I know it sucks, because everyone wants to get in a trade, but we're trying to teach patience, discipline here in trading. Even if I wanted to scalp, I don't even see which direction I would be going in right now. I'm telling you guys the honest truth. If I see something, I go in. I don't mind, but still not clean. It's not clean yet. If you can't read all of this 5-minute kind of confusion, go to the next 15 minutes, okay? What do you see on the 15? Look at the 15-minute candle on NASDAQ. It came all the way up, came all the way back down. It's right back to the opening price. It is a 15-minute spin top candle that's going to close in 7 minutes. This is the halfway point on your 15-minute candle. So still, you know, but what I can see is maybe a double bottom. Look at this, okay? So how it came down one bottom, there's the neckline. Came back down, liquidity grab, volume is right there, double bottom. See right there when it came up, that was the W right there. But can we break and get a closure, maybe retest this, and then we're driving back up. But you see how it's getting rejected at this hourly zone, right? So it's still consolidating in my opinion. If you want to engage in this, I would recommend reducing your risk and giving your stop loss room to breathe. This could really frustrate you guys. I'm being honest. Buyers are probably getting frustrated every time it comes down. Sellers are selling and it comes down and it goes back up. They're getting frustrated. You know, so I don't want to get frustrated. I don't want to deal with this. I'll let other traders, you know, deal with this. I'll be more patient. I'll be more disciplined. I'll see, you know, are we going to get any closing volume below here? Will sellers close it below here? You know, it doesn't have to be necessarily right at Wall Street. It could be at 10 a.m. It could be at 10:30. It could be after the call when they start redistributing the volume. Try not to engage in this. You might find 30 minutes, 1 hour from now, you might find the best trading after post New York. Once all this settles down, it's still consolidating in the zone. Regardless if it was Wall Street market open or not, I would not be trading this volume, okay? Just look at it. Just ask yourself, just because it's Wall Street doesn't mean we got to jump in and start trading. I know Wall Street is exciting. Some days it makes really nice moves, but today is not one of those days. Today is that day you gotta literally sit on your hands and wait, okay? Look at these. It came up, back down, came up, back down, came up, back down, okay? No direction yet. So I see sellers pushing down. But I need sellers to start closing with conviction, maybe below this purple line, and maybe start to break this green block below us, and maybe sellers could be in full control today, okay? So you see, got rejected all the way back down, okay? So this is a new 5-minute candle. This will be the last one, and then we get a new 9:45 candle, a new 15-minute candle. So again, if you're watching the 15-minute candle, we got some indecision. Came up, back down, volume right there. Same. Now NASDAQ flipped. Now it's a bearish candle coming down. So look at now, sellers are pushing it down. So let's see if we can close maybe below here, maybe push to that lowest point of the day, or it could just continue play this game up and down. Oh, guys, sorry, I didn't even check the stock market. United Health, what happened? Reese, gapped up. Wow, Alibaba is on a tear. Chinese stock markets, holy shit. Alibaba's 146 right now, 5%. AMD is up 2.5%. Let's see. Meta Platforms, Facebook up 6% right now. Microsoft up 4%. Holy shit, Tesla up 3%. Okay. Palantir up 2.5%. Yeah, and United Health made a big move. Tech is going well, okay? So maybe we see it come down. Maybe we'll see higher lows and continue to push up, okay? So let's keep an eye on that. If tech is doing well, okay, maybe these dips are getting bought up, okay? So again, just be patient, guys. Just be patient. Allow the market to come to us naturally. when it does, if we do engage in a trade, use proper risk management because it could go opposite direction. Is anybody in a trade right now? Okay. Muhammad, give you a trade. Muhammad, you got to learn patience, brother. Muhammad, you're a Muslim. You should know all about being patient, okay? You should know all about being disciplined. You are a Muslim brother. You guys, you should know patience and discipline, okay? No forcing trades, Muhammad. When the trade comes, it will come. Don't force any trades. Christians too. Absolutely, Sherry. Yes, yes, you're absolutely correct. Christians too. Okay, guys, like I see the market is moving down for US30, volume coming down. Now we're coming below, again, the purple lowest point of the day. This candle is going to close in 1 minute 45. Let's see if we get 5-minute bearish volume closing below the lowest point of the day coming into this green box, because now this could start to turn into resistance, right? And look at our daily candle has flipped into a shooting star. So it could technically push down, but it might pull back, okay? So maybe we got to find point of control of this candle. We're going into 9:45, so we got a new 15-minute candle coming into the market as well, okay? So lots to consider here in the next 1 minute. See the yellow line and where these bodies of these 5-minute candles are. So there is a little bit of, you know, a resistance, a red zone right here already that I can see. I see impulse, 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 impulse. It got up to those points of interest and continue. Volume staying below here, okay? So now it's pushing down lower low, volume following. Let's see how it will close in the next 45 seconds. We have NASDAQ returning back up, barcoding. Let's see if it can close above this yellow daily point of interest and try one more time to break this resistance up here. If it can, it could dictate, you know, the bullish strength of NASDAQ today, or it could be a possible fake out up there. Okay, so we gotta continue to watch, guys. $10 to go into the close. Okay, so we broke down. Look at the volume. Okay, is it closing above or below that previous low of the day? Closed above. Okay, so now you see where I'm going to consolidate the volume from the purple line to that red box. If it continues to trade in here, I'm going to watch, right? Okay, didn't close below here as of yet. Maybe this bar might be the one that closes below. Okay, so it is breaking. Will it now pull back up? Remember, this is a bigger green zone. There's that daily point of interest at that 467. Will it catch a wick? Will it find some buyers there and come back up? Will this be the first bar that's going to close below today's lowest point today? Okay, and then maybe we'll trade off of this candle. Maybe we'll figure out how low it goes. We'll maybe catch a pullback, but let's see if it will break this green zone first. Part of trading is also analyzing. You don't always have to just hit the buy and sell button blindly. You can watch and see, okay? NASDAQ is doing nothing right now, just barcoding. Bullish, bearish, bullish, okay? If you want to engage in that, you can, okay? If you want to engage in US30, you're welcome to. I'm waiting for confirmations. See, I see it came down right to that, just below that yellow line, got a wick coming back up. Will the buyers bring it all the way back up? So I'm looking for that volume to close. This is the first candle that might close below with the volume below today's daily low. Gold is on fire. Yeah, it hit, wow, 3667, okay? So any pullbacks, you know, you could be buying back at this zone, okay? Could patiently pull back and then go back up with it, okay? See what happens when there's no news. There was no 8:30 news today. There was no Wall Street news, and there's no 10 a.m. news. And look at how Wall Street is trading, okay? Keep this in mind for other days when there is no news. Okay, you know, make a mental snapshot of what's going on. There was no 8:30 high impact news today. There was no 10 a.m. or 9:45 US news, and this is how the market is trading. You know, take a mental snapshot in your head, and next time when we see that there's no 8:30 news, no Wall Street news, we could have a choppy Wall Street market open, okay? So does it always happen like this? No, but make a mental note of it and then see if this is a pattern that you recognize on days where there is no high impact news, okay? So you see that? It was a bearish candle came in there. Yeah, if you scalp that way down, you know, like if I was scalping that candle, you know, it dropped 30, 40 pips. If you don't do anything down at that yellow line, look what happens. Here's the return. So now I'm waiting for this candle body to close in the next 2 minutes. It could close back bullish and start its next leg up. And then it looks like it grabbed liquidity exactly at that 50% location where the big buyers are waiting, okay? So we're currently in this trend coming down. Look at NASDAQ, holy, like look how tight it's consolidating right in there. Wow, guys, this is like a horrible open. I apologize, guys. You know, like I can't do anything how the market's open, but the reason why I'm apologizing is because I'm not in a trade. I know that's what you guys come here for, and it's not exciting, but man, what do you guys want me to do? Do you guys want me to just take a buy and sell just to say I'm in a trade? No, that's not what we do here. Yeah, it almost feels, Dominique, like it's a holiday. You're absolutely correct. This is how it feels like on a US bank holiday or like we're trading on Christmas Day here. This is like some tough stuff, guys, but patience and discipline, okay? Believe me, guys, this is where the market really tests you. Do you know how many traders, retail traders, are getting caught up in this and they're getting frustrated? And hopefully you and I are just, we're on the sidelines, we're just watching. Okay, we've got 15 more seconds going to close. NASDAQ is just barcoding. Blue, black, still inside the zone, not the greatest to be trading. US30 did something. It pierced the lowest point of the day, came down there right into 50% of that pocket, returned back up in our consolidated zone. So, you know, maybe we got to wait for bullish candle to come back up, close above there. Maybe it might backfill those 2 wicks and then get back up to that hourly white line. Maybe try for that daily high. However, it could continue just to stay inside here and continue pushing down. But I still don't see a bar closing below this purple line. You know, I'm sorry, guys. I follow technicals. This is not the time to be trading on impulse in a whipsaw market. Tarek, you tested at 0.1 and lost $3. Okay, but $3 hopefully is, you know, you can manage that. When you go down $30 or $300, then it's hard to manage. $3, okay, it's a price of coffee. You know, at least learn your lesson now. Learn your lesson. You know, what happened? Why did you go in? Learn from it. And let's correct that, right? Okay, now what do we see? We see they pinned it up there, lower high, bearish candle coming down. Okay, so maybe the market is going to continue to sell off. Maybe this one could be our bar closing below here. Okay, and I know it's 9:51, 9:52. We're going into 10 a.m. Okay, so maybe let's just continue to wait and see if the sellers have the momentum to close it below here, because it could just do exactly what kind of US30 did. Come down here, catch a wick, and trade back in here. Okay, if you're not scalping candle by candle, I wouldn't be too concerned about this. Just continue waiting. Okay, look at even US30 came down again, top of the green box, higher low, volume back in here. Let's see if it will, you know, trade back up in here. Volume Productions, thank you so much for the $1.99 for the coffee. I appreciate you, man. Guys, if everyone can give a shout out to Volume Productions. He's on here on a daily basis. He's buys me a coffee every single day. He doesn't need to, but it is appreciated, and I want to give him a shout out to show the appreciation. So thank you so much. You don't need to do that, okay? But it is, thank you for that. Coffee does go a long way with me. I drink a lot of coffee. Red Clues, NASDAQ is not following the tech. Gold is not following DXY. It's crazy. Yeah, sometimes they don't always follow, what they're supposed to follow. Okay, sometimes these securities take their own path and go on their own destination. Okay, they're not always correlated. So again, just patience, discipline. Watch your levels, watch your zones. That's what I watch more for. I don't just watch correlations. I watch more of the zones. Like I'm watching to see, can US30 volume close below here, or will US30 volume close above here? Same with NASDAQ. I'm looking to see, will it close above here bullish, or will it close below here bearish? Gold is continuing, guys. Continuing. Careful shorting gold, especially with news like this. Like you can see on Financial Juice, there's a lot going on with Hamas in Israel right over here. Trump is giving the green light for attacks in Qatar. Okay, so this is developing breaking news over here. So gold is not following, technicals. It's following news over here. Okay, so now we got US30 and NASDAQ continuing bearish, maybe starting to close below this point. Now we might have volume coming down, closing. And I want to mention that in the next 5 minutes, it's 9:55, then we go into 10 a.m. So you got to ask yourself, I know a bar might close and it might be a proper time to look for a potential opportunity to take a trade, but then you also have to factor in we're going into 10 a.m. And sometimes you have market shift or market reversals, sentiment changes at 10 a.m. Sometimes there's fake outs at that time. So, you got to continue asking yourself, if you take a trade, you got to be willing to accept that there could be a 10 a.m. market reversal, okay? So it opened, ignited, there's no wick. It could continue to drop and take out that low. I could definitely maybe look to sell this candle, but then I gotta be prepared for 10 a.m. that it could turn back up and go against me. So maybe the best thing to do is wait till 10 a.m. It's a bigger, higher time frame. Wait till 10 a.m. opens up. You'll have a new hourly candle. Most securities is a new 4-hour candle that also opens up at that time. So that would be the best advice, if I can give anyone like friendly advice, is to maybe possibly wait till 10 a.m. Okay, but we can still go through the motions. We had NASDAQ close below this red box right here. So will this continue to be ongoing resistance and it can push down? NASDAQ hasn't taken out the lowest point of the day as of yet. Will it come back up at 10 a.m. and start bullish back up? So that candle opened, ignited, tested that yellow line, came back up. Now it's back up blue, so it could come right back up, trade back inside here. So this green box is still maintaining the buyers. See guys, so now we're coming back up bullish. Let's see where this bar will close going into 10 a.m. And we might have revisions right here. Big negative revisions to U.S. jobs eyed. How will U.S. react? Okay, so remember, revisions will be coming in. That could affect the U.S. dollar and the way how things move at 10 a.m. Okay, so keep your eyes on that as well. job revisions. Reese, Shirley can't be any worse. Hey, you never know, man. You never know. We'll see when they have these numbers coming in. Okay, and look at NASDAQ. Okay, it came down there, you know, and now it's a big bullish engulfing candle. So you can consider this now two bottoms going into 10 a.m. Down, one bottom. There's the big neckline right there. All those barcoding candles came back down. We got a second bottom now with a bullish engulfing candle that's going to close in about 2 minutes. Well, there's your double second bottom. Maybe we'll get that initial continue push after 10 a.m. Okay, so let's just continue following what the candles are printing for us. I see a double bottom right there. Okay, if it closes above, I will change this red zone to a green zone. Israel bombed the Doha market. Wow, Andrew, holy shit. Hamas leadership survives the Doha attack. That's from Al Jazeera cites Hamas. Holy man. So this is happening while you're trading live. So careful. It will really affect gold, crude oil, if you guys are trading that. Gold, look at it, continuing to drive to all-time highs. Do not be short selling gold right now. Either buy pullbacks or stay out of gold. And you might say, oh, it's got to sell. It's got to sell. RSI is overbought. No, it doesn't. Look at you got war going on right over here. Gold doesn't give a shit about your RSI indicator. Okay. Okay, so it came back up. They rejected it back down. Where will this volume close? We've got US 30 coming back in this consolidated zone. Wow, today was a tough day trading. Okay, so I just want to make it clear to the beginners out there, you know, if you've navigated through today's session and you understand patience and discipline, you're well on your way to becoming a very good trader, okay, a very disciplined trader. This is very difficult for even the most experienced trader to even trade, okay? It's very difficult. Look at that big bullish candle that came all the way back up, got rejected. The volume might close below here, and it might continue driving down, taking out today's lowest point and driving back down into this green box, 23,700 down in here. Okay, here's the close. Get ready. Okay, so it did close right above. We've got a bullish ignited candle to start 10 a.m. Go red to green. We've got a nice bullish candle on US 30. It's still in the zone. Okay, we're now back to the opening position. Okay, so again, I don't have a blue volume based candle closing above here. I see impulse, 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 impulse. This is one pushing right up on impulse. Will it close above here? Okay, even if it's a big strong candle and I miss it, let's not get like too concerned about that. Let's not FOMO trade. Let's watch where it closes, and then we can pinpoint the point of control. Maybe we can buy a pullback off of it. Okay, so don't get too caught up if you miss this bullish candle breaking out, because it could do exactly what this candle just did. Bullish, and then it came back down. That was a bullish candle that broke out, and then it came right back down. That was a big bullish candle that broke out so far and got rejected back down. Okay, now look at how it's gone down. Okay, that's it. They pinned it. If it breaks down here, this lowest point could drop. There's news now dropping. US dollars dropping right now. News positive on gold. Sorry guys, where are you guys seeing this news? The revisions. Whoa, look at gold. Okay, remember that target? 3675, psychological number up there, okay? Again, look at US 30, came all the way back up and they've rejected it back down, okay? Get ready, guys. This could flip bearish and start dropping. Same with NASDAQ, okay? I'm watching US 30 over here. Non-farm payroll annual revisions, actual negative 911 from 918. Wow, 911,000 annual revisions. Holy shit, okay? So that's not the greatest for US dollar. Again, okay, so we're waiting for this body of this candle to technically close. So I had an impulse again, push back down. NASDAQ now is testing the lowest point of the day. Will it close below here? I'll stick with us another 5-10 more minutes, and then I'm going to take off, and then Dave is going to come in post, okay? I'm just going to wait now for bodies to close, okay? We'll put the pieces of the puzzle together. It takes time. Unless you want to trade on impulse, you can test it out, okay? And then let me know over time how trading impulse works, okay? Because I know for a fact it doesn't always work unless you know how to trade an impulse candle. So if you bought any of those candles and you know how to pip and dip, it's a different story. Otherwise, let's wait 90 seconds for the final close. There's a nice shooting star. It looks great to take an impulse candle, but it could just impulsively come down to the green box and go back up, okay? So do you have rules when you're trading on impulse to know what you're looking for, okay? Otherwise, wait it out, okay? Put the pieces of the puzzle together. You see NASDAQ broke the lowest point of the day, the purple line, and the volume is below there, okay? So if it closes below, go green box to red. You could possibly sell a pullback at a premium level. You got to watch also how it closes. Might close right near the low. It might be an ignited candle ready to drop. So get ready. We have 60 seconds to go. Tarek, it's a gamble most of the time. I can tell right away your mindset of a trader, the way you are. You're talking on just gambling, you know, things like that. So you got a lot to learn, my friend. You got a lot to learn about trading, okay? You got more of the gambler's mindset. If you think trading is just gambling, then I can tell that you do not have your, you got a lot to learn, okay? Because when I'm trading, I'm not gambling. I know traders that do gamble the markets. I don't. I can literally say that. I don't gamble in these markets, guys. If I wanted to gamble, I could have traded every single one of these candles. I don't need to. That's not what I want to do here. Trading with discipline, trading with patience is not gambling. You can make trading gambling, or you can make it your own personal business if you like. You choose. I've chosen the way how I want to trade. I choose to trade with discipline. Okay, so it did close back above there. I can go quickly red to green. Okay, so now I see it is holding. Okay, so bullish ignited candle coming back up. What if it comes back down and refuels itself? Okay, then I could maybe look to buy this to continue to take out that hourly white line. Okay, so there it got rejected. Let's see if it refuels itself. Came back up, came back down. Okay, came back down, back up. Okay, we're right back to the opening price. Look at the daily candle, the SST daily bar indicator right beside us. Okay, it's continuing to maybe refuel itself. Okay, I'm going to buy. Sorry, buy, guys. I hit the wrong button here. Buy. Okay, to take it up to break this white line. I'm looking to break this white line and take it breaking out to maybe test today's daily high purple line. My stop loss, I'm going to place below today's purple low. I'm going to go with a stop right below it, okay? So we got that ignited candle open. Can it continue to hold? Can you guys see on my screen here? Sorry, I'm going to just make this a little bit bigger. Okay, so that ignited open, that's where it lost the ignited open. So if it comes down now, testing 50% of that bullish candle right there, where my cursor is, if we can continue, that shooting star candle. Can it grab a wick right there at the 50% point of that previous point of control on that candle? NASDAQ did close below. If you guys can go green to red on NASDAQ. Okay, and then if it gets stopped out down there, I get stopped out of this trade. I don't want it to continue to drive and lose this green zone. So my stop is down there. I'm looking to see if it can continue to hold in this consolidated zone. US dollar is strong, by the way, right now. It's kind of reversed itself, coming back up. So NASDAQ, guys, that was red to green momentarily. Okay. Sorry, guys, I just got to watch my stop loss here on US30. I'm right below here. I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as they get stopped out. Still in it. Still in it. Still in it. Okay, I got stopped out there. Okay. So that was a bad trade on my part. See, it's playing too much ping pong. I don't want to engage in this now. Okay, so this now tells me it just wants to continue to just trade inside here for now. I could revisit this later on or just walk away from these markets and not trade this garbage right now. There's too much of this news going on over here of the revisions that just came in. There's war going on the other side of the world over here. Didn't get that push that I wanted. Maybe it needs to come back down, drive down into here in order to come up. But what I do at this yellow line now is I place an alert for the rest of today. If it comes up there and I get the move, I will be alerted. If it comes back up, it will alert me up there. Maybe it does physically again close above, retest this. I could look again to buy that, maybe take it back up to the highest point of the day. But right now, sellers have taken control of the opening position currently right now and could continue to push us down. Okay, NASDAQ came a little bit deeper down into that lowest point of the day and coming back up. Today is a very difficult day on indices. Holy shit. Like, I don't even want to continue looking at this anymore. I've got a headache staring at this. This is tough volume. If you guys want to continue to trade this today, good luck, but this is not for me. This is too much going down, up, down, up, down, up. No trend right now, just accumulation. Frustrating trading this shit. I know that sellers are getting frustrated just as buyers are, and I would continue to wait for maybe something above this white line on NASDAQ, 23,830, or if more selling pressure closes below this purple line. Yes, I do see it coming back up, but again, I just gave my stop loss right there. Enough room to breathe. I wanted to see if it would hold 50% of that initial candle and continue break out of there. But I have a very tight stop loss when I trade like this, where it is barcoding. So I don't want to be involved in this type of trading. Yes, it could come right back up, but I got stopped out. Okay, guys. I don't want to cut into Dave's time. It is 10 after 10, and this is shitty volume right now. Maybe let it till 10:30, 11, and simmer down, and then continue trading if you guys are. But that's it for me. I hope you guys had a good session today. Hope you guys learned something today. Learn how difficult this volume is. This is tough volume, okay? See, even trading with tight stops doesn't work. You got to really open up your stop losses. Gold, yeah, good news, guys, okay? So gold, almost came up to that 3675, guys. If you were in buys, that's why I placed that yellow line there. Anyways, it was a good call, everyone. Have a good session. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yes, I do see US30 going up right now. Should I just go in right now back with my bullish bias? No. I got to wait for that bar to close, maybe catch a pullback because it could just come up, go back down. So maybe it was too tight of a stop loss. Should have had maybe a stop below that yellow line. It is what it is. It was just a small risk trade and just feeling things out. But yes, this could rotate back to the upside. So you're still in, Karen. I hope it closes above for you. We need that higher high above those wicks, close above, continue to build. And then with building with this volume, what it just got down there, it could easily take out this hourly white line and drive back up to that daily point high. So I hope it works out. My bias was bullish to be in the buy. Just that candle stopped me out a little too tight. Okay. My apologies, guys. I went in a little bit too early on that one. Should have waited for maybe the next bar. But I don't play that game of shoulda, woulda, coulda. I decided to go in, got tapped out. It's all good. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a much better day. I guarantee we'll get cleaner volume to trade tomorrow. We do have PPI news tomorrow, so we'll see how that affects the markets. But just careful trading today. Please, guys, careful trading. There's a lot of breaking news happening. They just did the revisions. It could be one of those crazy choppy days, and unless volume starts to close above. Shit, man. That's what I was looking for. I was one bar too early. Okay, it happens, guys. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day. Thanks everyone for liking the channel, hitting the subscribes. We do appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of your day. And we'll see you guys. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of the session with Dave. Thank you guys. See you guys tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Eastern.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.